The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting is now called to order. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is a wonderful day in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I would like to say Happy Black History Month on behalf of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. It was brought to my attention that the first celebration of Negro History Month began in West Virginia in the 1940s. In Chicago, cultural activist Frederick H. Hamumbury started celebrating Negro history along with other black intellectuals at his cultural center, the House of Knowledge. This celebration meshed African consciousness with the study of African history. Before the end of the 1960s, Negro History Week was finally on its way to become Black History Month. During the late 1960s, young blacks attending colleges became increasingly connected to their African roots as celebrations of Black History Month became more popular. In 1976, the organization called the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History used its influence to initiate the shift from Negro History Week to Black History Month. From 1976, every American president has endorsed the association's annual Black History Month theme. And as we speak about Black History Month, I would like to say a special congratulations to 3 outstanding Virgin Islanders who made us all proud at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards. And media, if you can, thank you. I would like to say a special congratulations to songwriter Theron Thomas for winning a Grammy for a song that he wrote for Lizzo, which won Record of the Year. Another congratulations to Masai Harris, who produced for the album The Calling for the artist Kabaka Pyramid, which won Reggae Album of the Year. And lastly, Corey Alexander, who was the recording engineer for Kirk Franklin and Maverick City's best gospel album entitled Kingdom. Once again, these are all 3 U.S. Virgin Islanders, and they have played a major role in winning a Grammy during Black History Month. And as we speak on the topic of economic development and agriculture in today's hearing, I would like to highlight and bring to our awareness these constant power outages in the U.S. Virgin Islands that's hurting our community. The current condition of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority should not be taken for granted. It is our goal as leaders to move these Virgin Islands forward, and it is imperative that we work together to get to the bottom of the issues that are plaguing the Water and Power Authority. I look forward to this body holding the Water and Power Authority accountable in the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, we would like to, Mr. Clerk, I should say, who is making birthday today, who made birthday today, I should say, can you please read the roll call? And as we wait for the roll call, I would like to say thank you, Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson, for being here. Thank you, colleagues, for being here. Thank you, non-committee member, Senator Noel Francis, Senate President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, for being here, and everyone who's in attendance. So, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Blyden?
Are you okay?
Bring the mic closer.
Present. Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr., present. Senator Diane Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger, present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James. Present. Mr. Clerk, 7 present. Mr. Chair, 7 present. Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a quorum. And once again, I would like to say thank you to non-committee member, Senate President Nobel E. Francis Jr. for being here today. Mr. Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Hey, guys.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will be meeting on Wednesday, February 8th. Mr. Chair, we don't have any correspondence.
As I expected. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, do you have any other correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can you proceed with reading today's agenda?
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will be meeting on Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Frits E. Lawaetz Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. The committee will receive an update on the overall status of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. That's it for the agenda, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Block 2. The committee will receive an update on the overall status of the Virgin Islands Territorial Agricultural Plan. Invited testifiers are Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Food Coalition, and the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. That's it for the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and sorry to work on your birthday, but just take it easy today. So, Mr. Positive T.A. Nelson, I would have you introduce yourself, place your name and title on the record along with your support staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My apologies for being tardy to you and the committee members. I am Positive T.A. Nelson, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. I have here with me Deputy Commissioner Risa Richards and Ms. Michelle Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will proceed. Thank you, Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson. So we will proceed with today's agenda. So you can begin by reading your testimony, Commissioner Nelson.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, Senator Javani James, Sr., committee members, other senators of the 35th Legislature present, central staff, and people of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture was called here to give an update on the overall status of this department to include vacancies, inventory and condition of heavy equipment, status on renewal leases, status on grants, status on St. Croix and St. Thomas abattoirs, list of farmers, and the path moving forward. I first want to say that this is really not the most convenient time for us. As you know, we're full throttle getting prepared for the fair, so some staff are going to be present when the link is available virtual, but just had to mention that. Departmental updates. VITA continues to make headway in rebuilding food availability in the territory. Farmers are more open to and are attending workshops to enhance technical and administrative skills and are becoming more familiar with the process to being grant-worthy. VITA employees' morale has improved and an attitude towards excellence is being built via divisional training, professional development, and improved communication from management. We have purchased new equipment and tools to help employees improve efficiency while executing tasks. Most of VITA's recovery projects are completed. We are awaiting the build-out of the St. John Modular Office, demolition of the St. Thomas Abattoir, repair of the Reservoir Road, Dorothea Office, and nursery fencing, and construction of the administration building on St. Croix, our largest and most costly recovery project. Progress made at VITA is not without challenges. Heavy equipment breakdowns, staff shortages, machinery failures, and aged infrastructure continue to plague us. The employees' resilience and innovation have persevered and remain intact, however. Agricultural Plan. The Territorial Agricultural Plan, Act 8404, endeavors to increase agricultural productivity locally to make food security and sovereignty a reality. VIDA's role is to oversee, support, and solidify the progression and implementation of the plan. The path forward is to secure funding and support to continue building personnel capacity within VIDA to pursue mandates of the Territorial Plan, which incorporates prior unfunded legislation. Attached herein is a list of codified mandates in various sections of the code. Be reminded that this build-out will occur over time. Acknowledgements. We thank you for this opportunity to present to this august body. The men and women of VIDA are committed to our roles in moving the Virgin Islands towards food sovereignty. We invite you to visit the 51st Annual Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands at the Rudolph Schulterbrand Agricultural Complex, which begins on February 18th to the 20th, 2023. The opening ceremony is at 10 a.m. Additionally, there are farmers market each Saturday at the Ag Complex, Southgate Corner, and the Sandarilla Thomas Bungalow. Bodo's Farmers Market is every second and fourth Sunday in Bodo, and some farmers are now virtual. You are encouraged to buy local, eat local for healthy bodies and a healthy economy. At this time, I would like to take a moment to express a sincere appreciation to all the hardworking men and women at VIDA. Thank you for your continued commitment, dedication, and contribution towards establishing food sustainability. As the theme of AgriFest 2023 suggests, agriculture, growing today for tomorrow, you, me, all are we. As asked in your correspondence specifically, enclose our attachments to listings. We have the personnel listing, and you'll see a cumulative total in the back. We have 26 exempt employees, 31 classified employees for a total of 57. There are 16 vacant positions, 6 exempt, 10 classified. As it relates to inventory and condition of the heavy equipment, I don't know if you want me to go down each equipment, but there's a list here citing the type of equipment that we do have and their age. Would you like me to go down each of this, sir? Or you'll ask me as questions come up. Regarding the status of
what I would like you to do, those that are in poor condition, you'd at least explain to us what you're doing with those in the meantime.
Well, there's a tractor here, a New Holland tractor, that's in poor condition. What we've been doing is we've been replacing our tractor fleets. We've been purchasing new equipment. The issue we really have now is getting heavy equipment operators on board because the salary that we're offering is not attractive enough, and we're trying to get to the negotiation table right now to make that adjustment. We have concluded that we're going to try to get a stipulation agreement. I think that's the only one listed as poor at this time, Senator.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Okay, regarding the status on the renewal for the leasing agreements for farmers, the Property Management Division has 4 leases currently being processed to the Department of Property and Procurement. The 2 leases below have already been signed by the lessees and the Department of Agriculture and awaiting approval from the legislature, and that's Good Morning Market for Plot 4 SA Community Gardens and Veggie for Life, Plot 4U 12 Community Gardens. The remaining 2 leases are being processed, and we have submitted the required supporting documentation to move forward with said leases. That's Michael Durant, Plot 1A Bethlehem Middleworks, and Ephraim Bermudez, Plot 10B VI Corp land. The Property Management Division is trying to encourage more farmers to complete their lease packages, which includes updated business license, business plan, liability insurance, letter of good standing at potential occupants bank, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture initial lease package. This will allow more farmers to have leases to occupy farmlands for a term of 20 years. We have here the list of farmers. They are not the list, but the amount of farmers. We have 126 farmers on St. Croix occupying 1,370 acres. We have 50 farmers on St. Thomas, St. John, occupying 110 acres. There's some 470.2 acres available, most of this being on St. Croix. Regarding the status on grants to the department, we are working still through the 2020 specialty crop block grants, and it was awarded an amount of $241,757.76, expended $72,166.12, and the remaining balance is $170,671.99. Its time period ends at September 29, 2023. There are ongoing projects, the Backyard Farmers Development Project, the Growers Capacity Building Program. There's the development of local organic pesticides from GCAMA. They were working through the 2021 specialty crop block grants. They have been awarded $244,603 and I guess 26 cents. Or it's $36 and anyway, there's a missed number there someplace. We've spent $3,621.25. The remaining balance is $240,982.01. And this is through September 29, 2024. On the ongoing projects are establishment of an agriculture development pilot program for at-risk youth living in public housing communities in collaboration with then Senator Genevieve Whitaker and Senator Carla Joseph. The budget was $108,900, expended $3,141. The remaining balance is $105,759. The ongoing project again, promote Julie Mango as the fruit of choice of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Budget $52,629, expended $480. Remaining balance $52,149. Development of wild cinnamon for the U.S. Virgin Islands nursery industry. It's subawarded to the University of the Virgin Islands. Budget $59,998, expended $17,767.48. Remaining balance $42,230.52. Grants to the veterinary services. There's a tropical bond tick eradication program, awarded $63,623.49. Amount expended $53,506.04. Remaining balance $10,117.45. The animal disease traceability, it's awarded $11,539. Amount expended $2,750. Remaining balance $8,789. The umbrella program, awarded $8,049. Amount expended $4,048.30. Remaining balance $4,070. There's the National Association of Conservation Districts grant, awarded $244,603.26. Amounted $3,621.25. Remaining balance $240,982.01. There's the Urban and Community Forest grants. The Urban and Community Forest Division has 2 sub-awards that are active. The Mahogany Road to Jolly Hill Nature Trail, awarded $20,000, and the Preserving Our Tree, Saving Our Lives. It's an elementary school that was awarded this program, Claudio Marco Elementary School. They were awarded $20,000. The program has a total of $386,684 to expend on salary, supplies, equipment, and sub-awards. We have some upcoming grants that we're in pursuit of. BIL, revegetation funding proposal. It's due on the 14th of February. It's the Urban and Community Forest Program. It's $49,500. There's the state and private forestry, urban and community forestry proposal. It's due on the 28th of February, and this is a $50 million available to the territory over 5 years, and it really speaks towards creating a food forest in the Virgin Islands. And there's a BIL revegetation funding for fiscal year 2022 and 2023 proposals. It's due early March. It's reoccurring through 2024 and 2025, and it's for nursery development, and it's $75,000 per year. It's very likely that we will be able to acquire those. The St. Croix Abattoir has faced many obstacles However, we have successfully served the community with fewer interruptions this past year. USDA inspectors from Puerto Rico have found our facility and operating procedures acceptable as per USDA standards. Our employees continue to be trained on USDA program procedures to remain in compliance. To better serve our farming community, we are researching new programs such as blood, tripe, and bull foot processing, which should increase slaughter count. The slaughter count for 2022 is as follows: cattle, 77, sheep, 326, goat, 36, pig, 193, with 26 of those being from St. Thomas. To ensure functioning of the abattoir, additional staff is required. With 2 long-serving employees looking to retire soon, butchers need to be hired to learn the related skills to ensure there is no gap. Additionally, the new processing programs will require the hiring of butchers and laborers. The St. Thomas Abattoir will be demolished based on instruction from the Office of the Governor. A grant application has been submitted through the University of the Virgin Islands for a mobile abattoir, while VIDA seeks available land and funding to facilitate the construction of a new facility. The path moving forward for the Territorial Agriculture Plan. VIDA's role is to oversee, support, and solidify the progression of the implementation of the Territorial Agricultural Plan, directed by Act 8404, as it endeavors to increase agricultural productivity locally to make food security a sovereignty. Food security and sovereignty a reality. The Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture shall review the agricultural plan and submit any recommendations to the Governor and the Legislature every 5 years, beginning from the date on which the agricultural plan was submitted to the Governor and the Legislature. The aim of the Territorial Plan is to develop 5 related high-priority projects as derived from the assessment of the farmers and community engagement surveys: comprehensive irrigation system and water supply, enhanced infrastructure tools and equipment, strategic increase in personnel at the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, support for orchard development initiative, and enhanced grant writing at the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. To do so, we will need to either contract businesses, hire individuals, or work with other governmental bodies to perform these tasks, including the market inspector and cost analyzers, the local food promotion, aquaculture enforcement, animal insect plant disease inspector. And due to the volume of responsibilities under Title VII of the Virgin Islands Code, the following items will be required for compliance: livestock breeding, purchase of equipment and supplies for farmers, land management, and a list of responsibilities: to protect and purchase agricultural zone lands for agriculture, procurement of a processing and marketing facility, already pursued by the EDA, by the way, appoint and hire the following individuals as pertaining to Virgin Islands Code, Title VII, Chapter 9G, and environmental officers. We need to integrate DPNR and VIDA as it relates to environmental enforcement. We're required to hire environmental officers. And it goes on, Mr. Chair. We here at the department, Mr. Chair, know that our big issue has been water. And there's, I don't know if we're able to go through the PowerPoint presentation, but we're now under a drought monitoring map and a drought monitoring system. And the situation with water in the Virgin Islands did not just begin, and it will not be resolved overnight. We must direct a specific focus on ensuring that we are in fact monitoring our water, we are in fact doing what we can to recharge our aquifers and have more retention ponds, etc.
1 second, Commissioner Nelson, you have a point of order by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Can you recognize the mic of Senator Donna Fred Gregory?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, good morning. I'm trying to figure out if the testifier is reading all the information from the testimony, because I'm not following as he began to talk about drought. I'm just seeing a document with I don't see a testimony around what he was saying. So I want to be clear that there is a written testimony.
So there, I would have him speak for himself. Commissioner Nelson, can you please answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Ms. Christina Chanes from the research specialist from the University of the Virgin Islands supposed to be on link to present this PowerPoint. I don't see her. I don't know if your staff was, I don't know if any of our staff are on link, because last thing they told us is they were working on the link and about to send it out. So I don't know if it's there, so I just kept going. You should have had a copy. I don't know if this was emailed. There's a PowerPoint. I made a hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation, so if you'd like me to stop and give you copies, but I did send copies.
Does that satisfy? Can you recognize the mic of Senator Donna Fred Gregory?
So, Chair, I don't think that was a question. The question is clear. Is there a clear testimony around what the testifier is referencing?
Commissioner
I'm not
Positive.
following it. I'm not following the clear testimony. I'm kind of skipping all over on different pages as we go through this. So I'm unclear.
And I agree to is
Thank you.
playing hopscotch. So
Mr.
please
Chair,
explain.
I'll read the PowerPoint presentation if it's not available via video, and Ms. Chanes to present. The U.S. drought monitoring is a map that is updated each Thursday to show location and intensity. You don't have this? You don't have a copy? Your committee members do not have a copy?
The answer is yes, and it was circulated by my chief of staff. What I did, in fairness, I just forwarded it again to all senators.
I'll read it, Mr. Chair.
All right, proceed.
The U.S. Drought Monitor is a map that is updated each Thursday to show the location and intensity of drought across the country. The map is in 5 category system. Labeled abnormally dry, or DO, a precursor to drought, not actually drought. Moderate, D1, severe, D2, extreme, D3, and exceptional, D4, drought. Drought categories show experts' assessments of conditions related to dryness and drought, including observation of how much water is available in streams, lakes, and soils compared to usual for the same time of the year. The U.S. Drought Monitor began in 2000 and is a collaboration between the NDMC, NOAA, and the USDA, who shared weekly author role for the product. The NDMC, based at University of Nebraska, Lincoln, leads the coordination of weekly drought monitor process and provides the maps, data, and statistics to the public. The livestock forage program payouts in the Virgin Islands, we got 16,000 in 2015. You can look at the pie chart. We got 13,000 in 2019. And then you see there was a significant increase from 2020 to 2022, where we got 65,000 in 2020, 66,000 in 2021, and 88,000 in 2022. The U.S. Virgin Islands were added to the U.S. Drought Monitor system in 2019. The process for claiming a drought is that I must petition to the University of the Virgin Islands, to Ms. Chanes, who will then send a letter to the governor, and the governor will then send a letter to the delegate, and there's a copy of such letter, which a drought has to be proclaimed by the Congress of the United States. You look at the next map here, it shows that in 2015, we were not on the system. There's no data. The following map shows that 2015 was a glimpse of what was to come, showing what was happening in the U.S. And if you see down here by at the tip of Florida and Puerto Rico, where we're in that sort of brownish oranges color, we were in that category as well, though with the islands themselves. Well, if you see them down in the lower part of the map, you can see that they're shaded somewhat where it says severe drought. That was 2015.
So, Commissioner Nelson, I'm going to stop you right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was really trying to go along with it, but I can't. And I could understand now what my colleague was saying earlier. As far as you have a presentation, and we respect that. If we were in a conference setting or with a projector, it would have made sense, but reading this would not make sense to the public. So we were expecting you to go more in like details or to just provide a testimony separate of the presentation instead of just reading from the presentation. So we will stop right there. You have anything else you would like to place on the record?
Just to say the presentation was intended to be PowerPoints, but you did not bring it up, and it was not to be me, it was to be Ms.
If you
Christina
came
Chavez.
earlier, we would have had a conversation, and I would have had media put it up.
Well, we sent it yesterday. Thank you very much. We can move on.
It's important to come early. As you came, we had to start. We had a conversation initially. So let's set the tone into a different mode. Before I get into our line of questioning, Commissioner Nelson, I have a few questions to you. And in respect of time for my colleague, Senator Marvin Blyden, who is dealing with a family emergency, I would have him go first after I speak. So my question to you, Commissioner Nelson, have you had any involvement in the Vision 2040 plan, yes or no?
The 2040 plan was a product that was at the EDA. I am a member of the EDA board.
So you were involved in the Vision 2040 plan, yes or no?
Not directly. We were tasked with.
So what was your level of involvement in the Vision 2040 plan?
I'm on the EDA board. And any conversation that might have, I think I might have been interviewed by somebody regarding view of agriculture.
The reason why I'm asking you that, because in the Vision 2040 plan, there's goal 1. This is the first goal out of the 8 goals. And it states that the plan is to increase locally sourced food from 3% to 35% of local food demand. Agriculture-related industrial production will increase on 2% of GDP to represent 5% of GDP. So I'm asking you again, were you involved in those conversations regarding establishing goal 1 of the Vision 2040 plan?
You asked and I answered the question. I'm a board member, we contracted, and to the extent of, I think I was interviewed by an individual who were tasked with writing the plan. We did not write the plan as board members. As Commissioner of Agriculture, I was interviewed.
Understood. So you're saying based on the interview, that's how they came up with goal 1?
I don't know what they concluded with goal 1. I think that agriculture in itself, it is our view to increase production. But you're asking me how did the author of the 2020 vision, who was not Positive Nelson, you're asking me how they came up with that. I can't conclude that, Senator, respectfully.
But you understand what I'm asking?
You asked my involvement, and I told you my involvement, sir.
And before you speak, you're going to leave some room for the recorder to talk. So we have a 2040 plan, the Vision 2040 plan, and here it's saying that the Commissioner of Agriculture do not know how they came up with goal 1. That's what you're basically telling me.
That's not the question you asked, Senator.
I said, what was your level of involvement when it came to establishing goal 1 of the Vision 2040 plan?
That's a different question. You asked me. I
answer the question, man.
My involvement in that establishment of the 2040 vision, I was not involved. I was merely interviewed by an individual who asked me as commissioner, what is my viewpoint on agriculture? What is our goal for agriculture? If you're asking me what is my goal, I can tell you. If I don't understand your question then, Senator.
So I'm going to repeat it again. Vision 2040. Goal 1 of the Vision 2040 states that the plan is to increase locally sourced food from 3% to 35% of local food demand. Agriculture-related industrial production will increase on 2% of GDP to represent 5% of GDP. How were you involved in them establishing goal 1 of the Vision 2040 plan?
I told them what our view was as Commissioner of Agriculture. I told them what our view was, what our objectives were for the department and for the Virgin Islands agriculture industry, which is to grow agriculture production in the territory. So when may not have specifically stated from 2% to 5%. I don't know where the conclusion, how they arrived at that. But our goal is, and we've been interviewed, and that was the discussion. I don't know what was the end conclusion, Senator.
And that's the purpose of the hearing today, to make sure that all of these plans that we have on the books, including the territorial agriculture plan and everything, that they're in sync. Because it does seem that the legislature wants to go one way, in which we set the tone for the mandates, where the executive branch is going in one way, but yet the Commissioner of Agriculture is just in the middle, playing it safe. We want a commissioner who will tell us this is what we want, this is what we need, and to take control of the wheel. That's what I was expecting from you to hear. So,
But that's not the question you asked, Senator.
what, the way how you're answering is that you're just saying you're a board member?
You asked me my involvement with the establishment of the 2040 vision. The Commissioner of Agriculture was not involved with establishing the 2040 vision. They
And that's-
contracted a private
And I'm glad that you
entity
placed
to
that
do
on the
that.
record. You know, you just dig a deeper hole. But you have a point of information from Senator Donifred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for keeping this hearing. So I think it's important that I put on the record my concerns around the whole issue that we have with this 2040 plan and the fact that most recently, well, let me just go back. The legislature, in the 33rd legislature, we moved the agriculture plan, the requirement to establish an agriculture plan, and the plan was rolled out a few months ago. And as I read the news reporting of last week, I became a little troubled, or earlier this week, because the conversation that's coming from the executive branch, and I kind of see the frustration coming, although I'm a little frustrated with the Agriculture Commissioner this morning, I can see his frustration because as we read the news reporting around the agriculture plan, the executive branch is saying that it's part of their 2040 plan. That's where we're going, right? But by the commissioner's own acknowledgement, he's indicated he didn't even sit to the table. So we need to determine here in this territory how serious we are about matters that we are signing off on, making it acts, and how we're going to truly implement them. Because if the Commissioner of Agriculture did not have a seat at the table, is not in the conversation, clearly from what is presented here, we have a problem. So, and the issue is we cannot continue to blow smoke up of the people of this Virgin Islands. It's wrong. It's wrong. It briefs well on paper. It sounds good. But then if we're having this conversation, where are we going? So I understand his frustration. So hence the reason why I'm frustrated with the conversation that we're having this morning. It's very disheartening. It says that we are really not going anywhere as it relates to agriculture. This department leads the agriculture movement in the territory, is to lead the agriculture movement. And if we're hearing that level of frustration, then we gotta make some different decisions here in this territory. We can't keep dancing around these issues and having these circular conversations. And I'm gonna rest that there until it's my time to ask the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record because we did a lot of work here on the agriculture plan, and for other folks to be taking credit, and then when you hear from the Agriculture Commissioner himself, hey, me really know what's going on, We in trouble. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that point of information. And Commissioner Nelson, you have to understand that when we read these things, because I read that same article as well, and that's how come I had my question surrounding the Vision 2040 plan. So for you to say here today that you were not involved, well, it is what it is. Well, in the essence of time, we have Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, we will start off with a round of, Mr. Clerk, we'll start off with a round of, we take a quick recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is now back on the record. We will proceed with Senator Blyden for 8 minutes.
So much, Mr. Chair. So much, Mr. Chair. Feedback. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the beautiful listening audiences.
One second, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden. 1 second. Senator Blyden, try one more time. If not, I will have to get back to you.
Yes, sir. Am I still giving feedback? But we good. I think we're good now. Good morning again to my colleagues.
Senator Blyden.
Yes. Yes.
It's not going to work, okay? I'm going to have to get back to you at a later time.
Okay.
So in the essence of time, we will start with Senator DeGraff for his 8 minutes. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Hey, Commissioner, I get your back. Ain't going to be a lynch mob here today because, the cheese stands alone, I put it on the record too. Okay? But a lot of work was done out of this body here regarding agriculture. My colleagues, we have put out a lot of money, we put out a lot of things to push agriculture forward. So who to blame? The bottom line is what we're going to do right now if we have a disaster of any kind. How do we feed ourselves? How do we sustain ourselves? If we had to put a percentage on that, where are we in regards to just that task alone from agriculture?
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for the question, and thank you for the support. The truth of the matter is food production in the Virgin Islands is on the increase. It is not where we want it to be. It is not at the percentage that's projected, but it is on the increase. Those in the farming community, those who visit the markets are realizing this. It's just going to take some work, and it's going to take a work of all of us, including funding sources, opening up certain bureaucracies of government to allow things to move a little quicker. But we are moving in the right direction, and that's really what I want to put out here, that we are and have increased productivity in the Virgin Islands over the past few years.
Okay, we have this, the statistics to show that. If you have it, then, through the chair, I could request that.
Okay, those, we don't have it exactly other than to show the increase in numbers of farmers, increase in perhaps sales from the markets. One place where I think we're lacking accountability is it's a farming that hand to sale where it's cash. I don't think the government fairly gets, even though a lot of it is exempted, I don't think we really know what the gross receipts are from like farm sales. But there are some places where it's captured, and that data we can get for you.
Okay, I think one thing, I was looking at personnel, one issue with Department of Agriculture shows exempt 26 positions, 1,452,209. Classified positions 31, 1,095,573. So you got 26 exempt employees making more money than 31 classified employees. And the salaries and stuff in agriculture have always been an issue. And again, this body, we have put funding into increase for various positions and stuff. So again, this body has done their part. But when you see those kind of numbers, and you have vacant positions, you have 6 vacant positions exempt, 291,500. Classified 10 positions, 232,483. So 6 people who are exempt going to still make more money than 10 people who classified. That's one of the agriculture problems which have been so from the beginning. One issue I've always had and defended on St. Croix mainly is VI core land. How much VI core land actually exists on St. Croix right now? Vacant land. If you have that information now.
Some 405 acres.
405?
Yes.
Okay. Because I see a lot of times we come in for rezonings of everybody jumping at vehicle land and, you know, have to defend to an end. But what really intrigued me about vehicle land was the legislature's intent, based on the bill that I read, where it was to provide for the sustainability of growing crops to feed the people of the territory.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Senator, and that's a noble intent, and it is very important that we, as a territory, hold steadfast to such intent. We are in a time where we are seeing scarcity in the world, so food production is not a matter of choice. Food production is something we must do, because at any time we can be cut off, whether it's natural disaster, whether it's war, conflict, whether it's diseases. So the aim is to encourage all Virgin Islanders to be part of the aggregate food supply chain. And we've seen an increase in backyard farming. We've seen an increase in what was gardening or hobby gardening, and they've now gone commercial. We've seen when individuals have direct links to restaurants and stores right now. So it is happening, but and I definitely agree with everyone here that we as a territory must really do this and take quantum leaps forward, because we don't have that much time to play with as it relates to food security right now. Okay. If we're watching how the world is moving. So I support what you're saying, Senator, but this is not the department alone to do. The department is spearheading, and on the ground, what's happening on the ground is we need employees, we need equipment, we need better salaries. I support that. The top-heavy thing you see there is not a symptom of agriculture. That's a symptom across the board. A symptom across the board, even this very legislature, which I was a body of, I was a part of. So that symptom is symbolic of not the Department of Agriculture. I can tell you that. So we just have to fix a lot of things and right fit a lot of things so that the on-ground people have the tools to work with, and since agriculture is actually a private activity, so that the buy-in from the partners, which we've seen it now by us having the abattoir more available, then we've seen livestock people get more on board. But us having to really get a chance to, and we don't support farmers waiting on the department, solely waiting on the department for land preparation. If you're farming in the industry for some 20 years, we expect that you use some of the grant opportunities with more, or utilizing them right now to get grants to purchase equipment. And that's where we want farmers to go. In order to increase their capacity, they have to take training, they have to purchase equipment, they have to invest in their farm. They can't expect us, the department, to do it. We support it, we supplement it, but it's a private activity.
Okay, thank you for that. The abattoir in St. Thomas, he said they're making preparations to move it. Who owns that property?
The current property where the abattoir is?
Where it is?
Well, the government of the Virgin Islands, currently under the jurisdiction of the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, so are we still doing where we taking livestock traveling to over here to be butchered and different things like that?
Yes, we still are.
What is the cost of that? Present.
I can tell you the per travel cost at this point, but I think the ship costs, I can't tell you the number.
Through the chair, I'd like to request the cost of abattoir having to travel back and forth still with animals for slaughter.
Yeah, and it's not that many.
Okay, now the deer population on St. Thomas, I understand, is a problem with the agriculture industry. Do you have those kind of animals or vermin or whatever? There's a problem on the St. Croix end? And what is being done about them?
I missed part of the question, Senator. What did you say is a problem in the industry?
Well, deer on St. Thomas. I've been told by the farmers that they're very destructive to their products.
Deers, iguanas, humans.
So what are we doing in regards to that? And I think on St. Croix maybe feral pigs.
30 seconds.
Well, any wild animal can cause damage to farm, including wild dogs to livestock. The farmers are taking precautions. Some are purchasing livestock. Farmers are getting those dogs, which are real protective of the animals. People are putting up fencing to try to keep out deers. That's very complicated. The DPNR has a program that they actually capture deers and shoot them sometimes for farmers. There's no one swoop on this. Iguanas are like real culprits. You know, having dogs might help.
I know I'm more done. Two final things I have. Again,
Time.
water. I still pushing, wrap up, Mr. Chair. I'm still pushing the catchments in the Virgin Islands, the territory, for water storage, and also the Cinderella Thomas bungalow, plan to clean up for over there, so I'll call you about that and inform you, doing some work there, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Just
And just to repeat what you requested, can you repeat those things you requested through the chair?
One was the
Catchments.
the travel of the livestock back and forth for slaughter, the cost, and it was one other one. Okay, in regards to the catchments, about still using those for water storage, I think that was a third one, but there was a one before that. I'll eventually get them back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you do remember, just let us know.
Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Many of those catchments that you see are not necessarily on government land. Okay.
All right, thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your time. Next in line, we have Senator Bolkis, hailing from the District of St. Thomas, St. John. You're recognized for your 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and greetings and good morning to everyone. Agriculture is the first occupation of man, and its foundation rests in all industries. If agriculture goes wrong, we don't have a chance to make anything go right. So I say this because our food security and food autonomy and how we survive is relatively important to each and every person in this territory. We have a stigma that predominantly affects our young people, if I can say that, when they think about agriculture. And as a government and as a society, we really need to re-educate our children about agriculture and even our Virgin Islands history, because that also comes with the stigma of slavery, and it connects to agriculture in some way, shape, or form. The median age of a farmer is likely in their 70s, and we really need to work on how we can attract our young people in this industry. Now, there are a lot of questions that I have, to be honest. And, I'm going to start off with the department taking the first step in surveying its agricultural lands to be able to offer proper leases to the farming population so that they in turn can access some of the grant funding on the federal level through the USDA, and without those leases, they will not be able to do so. I also want to state for the Water and Power Authority and the Department of Agriculture to collaborate and work with each other to extend or create more water line extension into agricultural lands. Because if we do not do that, there is no hope for any of these farmers to be able to make a full living or for us to even see the food security and autonomy that we're talking about. Now, when it comes to Act 7162, Section B, Paragraph 1, it establishes a Virgin Islands Grown for Virgin Islands Kids Week. And to the Commissioner, being that we need to start with the youths, what are we doing in this area? Have we started this program? Is that taking place in our schools?
I don't think that is taking place in the schools. I don't think that is taking place in the schools. Senator. Those programs are on the Department of Agriculture, Education. It is an agricultural program and it is an agricultural incentive but it's under the Department of Education. I know of several schools who have farms, but that specific week that you speak of, no, I'm not aware of it happening.
However, you have a role to play as the department to collaborate with the Department of Education. If that is not happening, I would like to encourage you to please do that, because that is an important step in this process. When it comes to the SEED program, do we have one currently?
The SEED, excuse me, I was distracted, Senator.
Do we have a SEED program in the Department of Agriculture?
No, we do not have a, when you say seed, we sell seeds. No, we do not have a seed collection program.
Okay. What about the nursery plants, fruit plants that we used to do years ago? Are we going to reinstitute that?
Selling nursery fruit plants. We sell plants currently. We don't have a large stock of fruit trees, which at occasions we do get them in, but we usually sell vegetables.
Okay. As you know, on the island of St. John, we don't have an agricultural fair, unlike St. Thomas and St. Croix. However, a lot of people from the island of St. John attend, to include myself, these agricultural fairs. What is the timeline for a St. John modular office build out? Are we still working on that? What are we doing for St. John when it comes to agriculture?
Okay, that's two questions. Regarding the modular office, I think we are currently awaiting Miss Deputy Commissioner.
Morning, Deputy Commissioner Risa Richards. Right now, we are waiting the consistency report from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Then after that, it will go out for bid.
Okay, very well. I'll look forward to hearing back on that endeavor. And when I started out, I started talking about waterline extension, and I think that that's a very critical, important step in this process. I know that currently there's about $185,000 available in a grant. And you also have equipment to supply waterline extension to farmlands. Are there any challenges with this project moving forward?
So we spent some $60-something thousand of that 185 to purchase supplies, which we currently have in a container on St. Thomas. We are trying to see how we can get some employment going to run the lines. As you know, the department is rather small over there, so we can't do it from within solely. So we're going to have to contract individuals or entities to run some of the lines. The process right now is to shore up what we have, and there's actually a real comprehensive plan being executed in collaboration with the NRCS that is really going to put a real structured water system in Bordeaux. But right now, what we're going to do with this 185 and 60-something is spent is to shore up what we have, replace some of those lines, run new lines, the retention ponds, clean them out and dig some depth and reline them. And right now we're actually in search of a company or individuals, because we have to do it by hand, to clear around those ponds so the NRCS can do their assessment, and major work is going to begin over there. It's something that I really look forward to see.
So concerning the ponds and those man-made ponds is what I should say, because they're created to sustain the existing aquifers. How many of those do you have specifically on each island? And how many of them are man-made?
We have 6 on St. Thomas, and in St. Croix, I know behind the department we have about similar amounts on St. Croix as well.
Okay, and are any of those in danger of drying out?
The problem we have, yes, when it's drought season and there's some water lilies that really overtake those ponds, that they challenge. We did a major project on one of the St. Croix ponds to dredge it out and clean out the water lilies, but they continue to come back, and we don't have the staff to continue like a pond maintenance program Like we once did. The department really at one point had a whole lot more employees, especially operators that could go and help do some of these things. And we need to get back to some of that because that's the water challenge we have. When the water comes, it's not staying that long. Some of the linings are leaking. Do we have to reline them? Which that's some of the projects that's going to, the scope of the projects in St. Thomas as well. Reline the ponds, dig them down, reline them, shore up some of the pipes, until we get this major system coming in, which might include some WAPA connections out there in Bodo as well.
Okay, noted. And the funding for those ponds are usually from federal funding, correct?
Well, it's not mandatory from federal funding. We have to apply or petition for it. Right now, the NRC is committed, but more so, there's $20 million obligated through Government House and the funding. I can't remember the funding source. To do this, I think it might be some ARPA funds. $20 million is dedicated from Government House to take care of the Bodo problem. When we finish with the Bodo problem this time, it won't be a Bodo problem anymore. And keep in mind that the water system in Bodo supports a lot more than farming. It supports families.
Okay, very well. And Commissioner, the last time you came before this committee in the 34th, we inquired about Act 8259, and the bill sponsor is there with you on St. Croix, which earmarked a percentage of the GVI budget to support local agriculture. And at the time when we inquired about it, unfortunately, you were not aware. Have you done any follow-ups in that area concerning accessing that funding so that you're able to utilize the funding for such needs?
Just to clarify, it was not that I was not aware. We weren't getting it at the time, and we're still not getting it yet. But we are in pursuit of it. I think that with the first year we should have gotten it was 2021, and we did not get that appropriation.
Time.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkis. My question to you, Commissioner Nelson, regarding a grant writer. Do you currently have a grant writer at the department?
We don't have a quote-unquote grant writer. Currently, the assistant commissioner takes on most of the grant writing tasks.
Okay, and as far as getting others to cross-train or to be interested in grant writing, are you pursuing that?
Others in the department?
Or anyone that you know in the private sector?
Well, when you say cross-training, you're talking about, well, we would like to hire a grant writer. We're not cross-training anybody right now, and I don't know if anybody that's coming in voluntarily to learn grant writing. There are people who say they grant write, but we have to be able to pay them to do that.
And if you had the option today to hire a grant writer and you speak about pay, what would you pay them?
There's people have different asks, probably somewhere between 65, 68, and 80. I don't know. People have different requests. I don't know.
Because I'm listening to when you speak, and there's no way or shape or form casting any blame, but I'm under the impression that you know of someone. It's just that the pay is not attractive.
Oh, no. No. It's not that. It's not that.
Okay.
Can I say something about the leases, however? The challenge with leases right now, the property and procurement revamped the leasing process, and applications have been redistributed to farmers, and we're not getting them turned back in. They're slow in returning the lease forms to us. That's part of the challenge right now. Many of them have gotten their documents in order. Some are still working on their documents, the other supporting documents, but they're not returning the leases to us completed yet.
And who is the person directly dealing with those farmers with leasing issues?
Mr. Tazari is the property manager at this time. We have Mr. Tazari and Mr. Jamal Rogers, and then we have Mr. Henderson on St. Thomas.
Because we do receive the phone calls, so I'm hoping and praying at some point that it can be rectified. And do you think that at any time we need to change the process on how the Department of Agriculture distribute those leases or property and procurement?
Well, therein is part of the issue. The Department of Agriculture is not the custodian of the land. It goes to property and procurement. I believe somewhere along this line we need to shore up employees to be able to go through this process a lot sooner. Another part of the process is I don't believe under a certain number of acres that those farmers should necessarily have to come to the Senate. I don't think that part shouldn't be necessary unless you're over a particular amount of acreage or unless you want to deviate from farming activity.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for placing that on the record. Next in line for questioning, we have Senate President Noel Francis Jr. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your first hearing. You continue to do a good job in that area. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, staff. Good morning, colleagues. And certainly good morning to the folks from Department of Agriculture. Food security, food production, food sustainability, agriculture is very, very important to this territory. We continue to use agriculture as a buzzword, and this body, this legislative body over the last several years have moved beyond the talk and have implemented several pieces of legislation. We earmark a percentage of our funding to go towards agriculture, Act 8259. The Agriculture Symposium, Act 8306. The Ag Plan. Water drilling, 8280. Seed banking, 8504. Hemp cultivation, 7868. Specialty crops, 7747. This body has truly stepped up to the plate and have done our part in this respect. Commissioner, is there anything else that you believe that this body needs to do, again, to support your endeavors? Please feel free to send it down. Feel free to communicate it to Government House. And we, again, want to make sure that you're given the necessary tools to do your job. Ag Fair, one of the largest in the territory, in the Caribbean, again, is coming up. That's up there on par with our carnival and our festivals. At the end of the day, we have to move the needle on this agriculture issue. We can't just continue the talk. I want to ask you, based on the agriculture plan, and we know that that's the forecast and the guiding roadmap for us to move, let me leave that alone, because obviously the bill proponent is here, sponsor. I'll allow her to do that. I wanted to ask you, what have been your communication with OMB, Director O'Neill, in regards to the additional funding to support you being able to do land preparation and additional work that you want to do in agriculture based on our earmark? What have been your communication there?
Mr. Bryan, who should be online, has been, and I've been asking since last time we've been here asking about it, where are we with that money? I can't tell you what the answer is now. We don't have it. We haven't.
When have you picked up the phone, Mr. Commissioner, and have a communication with your counterpart, your cabinet member? When was the last time you have done that? Have you done that? There's a question. Have you done that?
Say it again, if we have any communication with the OMB specifically about this money?
Yes. The director, from commissioner to director.
Yes, we've had an initial conversation. It really wasn't in a business setting. It was just me talking to her at a ceremony. I really
so
would need
we're talking about $2 million in effect. Don't you believe that will be critical and essential to you being able to improve agriculture in the territory by having that money available to you?
Having money available to us will help. Having access to that money is part of the challenge we are experiencing, like most departments. I think we as a government need to understand where our challenges are. And I'm saying this, having been at that side, being very critical of commissioners at one point. It's hard to move some of these things we talk about because it's nothing. I can't write a check. I can't hire somebody. I can't procure a contract without going through other agencies. Until we fulfill and make sure that those agencies are more fluid with the processes, every agency that talks about anything that we speak of and the money you send are going to have these very similar challenges. And so I only say that very respectfully.
Yeah,
I hear you.
That challenge, one second, Commissioner. Because we have had this conversation before. If there's an issue with getting the $2 million from OMB, then you take it up to the chief of staff, you take it up to the governor. If there's still an issue, then bring it to this body. Then we'll do our part to move the needle on this. I've been a commissioner. We just can't, we have to be able to knock on doors, take people to lunch if necessary, have that upfront conversation, Commissioner. All right? That's the only way you're going to be successful. You have to be able to access that funding and make it happen, Commissioner. So I'll leave that alone and move on from there because I will do my part. I have written the director and I will, again, write her in regards to that because I want a breakdown of how that money has been dispersed to you thus far, if in fact it has been sent down. Have there been any discussion with the Property and Procurement Commissioner in regards to inventory of farmland? Of you improving or additional inventory for farmland?
Yeah, they had begun a process of going around surveying it, and we've even had that conversation here already. That had begun. Of course, COVID interrupted many of these things, including the conference we were supposed to have. Okay, we're trying to get that going again. I think, to be honest, yeah, it hasn't moved much further.
And that's my frustration, right? Yes, we have had these conversations, but you know, I mean, again, that's why I hate to be redundant, but we really need to move the needle on this particular issue. What about farm mapping, GIS in all of your farmland? I saw you just asked about, you know, wells and dams and these type of things. Have you been able to GIS so that you could stay in your office and be able at a glance determine where your property lines run?
I can't stay in my office right now and do it, but it is mapped, and then, you know, the Lieutenant Governor's office did a whole GIS of land in the territory and the farmland of the department that you can identify.
No, GIS has been in the Lieutenant Governor's office since the 90s. That's not the issue. The question is whether or not you have access to that information as the Commissioner of Agriculture.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. And I'm not being adversarial here. I'm just saying that these are serious concerns that should be taken up.
Mr. Senator, what I really want to say is, as a department, we trying to survive the day-to-day breakdowns, the things that happen on a day-to-day. And to be honest, a lot of these views and visions, we can't even get to see to that because we're doing 3 and 4 tasks. Most of our employees are burdened with tasks. And not just this department, it's just symbolic. I think we need to stop and take stock. And I'm really being on a very honest conversation. I smiled when you said you were a commissioner because I remember badgering you about certain things because there's certain things we're not going to be able, we're not free to really, we don't want to say like this because I don't want to try to always throwing anything under the bus. But to be honest, as a government, I'm telling all of us that we really need to stop and take stock. If we want more efficient government, you've heard me say that over and over, efficient and honest government. We got to be honest with ourselves. Putting money, passing money, saying that it's there, but we don't have access to it because the processes, even with budget. Do you know we shut down every year at the end of September until November? We can't move, spend. You know what happened to small vendors in between then? We are hurting our entire economy. So there are things, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry to seem like I'm going off track, but at the department, we have improved. At the department, the employees are feeling better about what they're doing. We need more. We need more staff, and we need to get so expeditiously. The territorial plan speaks to some scientists. We need them expeditiously. UVI helps us a lot with what they do, but we also need, they themselves are burdened. We're just trying to format and get up. So I think we just need to, as a territory, really take stock of where we are, understanding that the world is in a new place, and we need, and food is an inflexible commodity. I can't keep saying that you must eat. So to depend on ships coming in, to depend on food from someplace else to be fed is not a good situation. So as much as possible, I support getting food going, and a lot of it is happening, and I'm asking every family to even start your little garden because you'll be surprised how much you produce just in a little 4x4 piece of ground. So, I'm sorry, Mr.
My time has been called, Mr. Chair. I'll just wrap up with one final point. I'll appreciate it.
Sure, Mr. President.
I've been in government for 34 years, and I'll tell you that, you know, I believe that communication is critical. for us to work collectively and this body continue to make ourselves available to support the executive branch in carrying out that role. My final discussion again to you today is that we have had in that communication line, you spoke about water. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority just pumped out thousands of gallons of water I heard about into the aquifer. There was no use. They didn't pick up the phone and call you or communicate with you to say maybe these are accessible to your farmers. Come and get the water. We have hundreds of thousands of gallons of water in our school systems. Again, we suggested we bought a water truck for the purpose of being able to provide water to our farmers. So, you know, at some point we have to stop the talk and truly come together and make this thing happen, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Senator, we have access to some of that water. It still comes back to the thing of limited trucks to go back and forth, limited capacity that we could take to the farm, and it's not realistic for a farmer to expect that they can get 6 deliveries from the department per week when we have to go around.
Thank you, Senator Francis, Senate President Francis. Commissioner Nelson, earlier you mentioned in your testimony or during a line of questioning, you asked or you mentioned something about negotiations for heavy equipment operators.
We were supposed to go to the negotiation table from last summer sometime. That's where raises occur. The raises that you supported, that this body supported for us, was when we first came in, we got a stipulated agreement and we got some increases. Of course, negotiation is what's preferred. We believe if we can't get to negotiations soon, that we might have to come forward with a stipulated agreement again to at least get for heavy equipment operators at a better start, because here's what's happening. Public Works have starting salaries at $34,000. Our heavy equipment operator starting salary is $27,000. A heavy equipment operator, first of all, 34 itself is low, so imagine 27. That's the same rate as the custodian. A heavy equipment operator is a lot bigger risk, a lot bigger responsibility.
So you mentioned some of 2022. What is the real challenge there when it comes to the negotiations? Because one of the issues that we have in the territory with our farmers, they're saying that when they put in a request to get their land clear or whatever the case may be, it takes some time. And I understand you do have some challenges, but I really want us to address that issue.
We are, and breakdown is just inevitable. One thing is clear, Mr. Chair, is that there is no way that the department will be able to get every farmer during their schedule. So it is incumbent upon, and we encourage this, and that's why we're even going after bigger grant sources, like the smart farmers. When they get grants, they purchase equipment. And look what the farmers who are invested in themselves when grant opportunities came up. We go around, yes, and we're trying to do a better job, and we need to. I totally agree with you. But if I'm farming and I have 10, 20 acres for 20, 30 years, I should have some kind of tractor. I should have some kind of mobile equipment to help me with what I do, because to depend on the department. If I'm raising animals and I don't have no catchment for water, I don't have up a shed where I can catch water in my own buffaloes and wait on the department, I'm not serious about farming. So there's certain things we expect farmers to do, and there's training that is available for them to do that. We call it the capacity building training.
Thank you. And while the Senate President was asking you some questions, I know you mentioned some of the difficulties of being here, there, everywhere. And with all these mandates, not saying you can't do it, but there's a challenge there. So my question to you, forget about all these mandates and things that we are imposing on you. What are your top priorities with the Department of Agriculture?
To get the personnel, to get the equipment, to get the infrastructure. Like we can't even buy extra stuff and store them because we can't even lock it away, so that the department can be more efficient of what's being asked of us. That's our challenge right now immediately.
And my last question before I get to the next senator, from your time being the Commissioner of Agriculture, can you name at least 3 major things that you can say that you came in with that challenge, you solved the issue, and it has a great impact on the overall Department of Agriculture?
We've made a lot of agricultural product available for farmers: soil, mulch.
Now, go in details. What about soil? What about mulch?
We've made mountains of soils available to farmers that they were getting both here and St. Thomas and in St. Croix. We made mountains of mulch. available for farmers, and many will tell you that they're seeing better yields because they were able to revive their soil as such. We've purchased quite a few heavy equipment, and I've retoooled with tractors and heavy equipment since we've come in. We've gotten some well overdue increases.
Can you elaborate on the heavy equipment that you purchased? You're just going through them vaguely. Can you elaborate?
We've had a case tractor that's new. We have a.
Do you have the cost of the equipment as well?
Okay, so we just got a tractor. The newest one was $90-something thousand. That's tractor and implements. We have, I think, 2 Holland tractors. Cost for something about $70-something thousand. We have a crawler. I can't remember the exact cost of the crawler. The crawler was somewhere between $60-something thousand. We took the mechanics to training in St. Thomas, in Puerto Rico, to better and to get the computer to read the machines. Can't tell the cost for that. There's a sitting on ground there that needs to be put up is they call the thing the hoist. Thank you. A hoist. There in St. Croix. We've built some greenhouses, 1, 2, 3. We've built 3 greenhouses, 2 on St. Croix, 1 on St. Thomas. Of course, there's some on St. Thomas, St. Croix that's not yet completed to make 5. We've totally rebuilt the abattoir on St. Croix internally. We gave it a total overhaul. We've our recovery projects. We've repaired most of our buildings right now and just awaiting mainly the administration building. All this happened during COVID times, working with shortfalls. I mean, we've improved, we've increased the productivity of farmers and food production in the territory.
No problem. Thank you for placing that on the record. And one thing I know better when it comes to this institution, just because you passed legislation last year or 2 years prior to, that doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. So I'm happy that you placed some of your priorities and some of your accomplishments. But I think we have a point of... Senator Bolkis, you have a point? You have a point?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much. Before I start my point of inquiry, I just wanted to also let you know that Senator Carla Joseph is also in attendance. With my point of inquiry, through the chair to Commissioner, where are we, Nelson, where are we concerning surveying properties on agricultural land? Because once that's done, we're able to give our farmers a proper lease in order for them to access grant funds through the USDA. Without those leases, unfortunately, those farmers cannot access that funding in order to enhance their farms, whether it's irrigation, whether it's water line extension, whatever. So where are we on that process, and what is the cost associated with it?
I can't tell you the cost. It happens through the Property and Procurement Office. It's in process. Both the piece in St. Thomas, Bodo, Dorothy, we're trying to get a recent, well, we had the most recent leases maybe 10, 12 years ago. We're trying to get those leases again in St. Thomas. We're trying to get that new piece over there by Paradise or Adventure in St. Croix surveyed, and we are just awaiting the process to take place to PMP.
Thank you, Senator Bolkis. Next in line for the line of questioning is Senator.
Mr. Chair,
the point of inquiry has ended. With all due respect.
And I will appreciate your indulgence.
No.
Commissioner, you just heard.
No. You had your point of inquiry. I gave everyone 8 minutes to be fair, so you had your point of inquiry. So thank you, Senator Bolkis. Next in line, we have Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and thank you, Senator Joseph, for being present here today.
Mr. Chair, I have one answer for you. $412.50 is the travel cost in shipping from St. Thomas. It was $412.50. Senator DeGraff, $412.50. It was, I mean, it hasn't been often, and that's only 26 pigs.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listen and viewing audience. I don't know that we've introduced all of the testifiers, but I'll allow you to do that, Mr. Chair. But so I'm having a little difficult time with the conversation that we're having today because I think that we're sort of all over the place. And, you know, as we keep these conversations, I think it's important for us to have outcomes and we are able to provide the necessary supports if we are in a position to do so to the respective agencies that's in front of us. So I want to ask that we kind of allow the conversation to flow so we could have the conversation in the right way to support the department that's in front of us. So I'm going to circle back. Commissioner, you talked about, you're clear on what your mission is. But I need to hear from you, what is your vision for the department? So I want to be clear on that. And the reason why I'm asking the question, I think is important that I lay the framework. I'm asking the question because we now have the ag plan, and I think that the conversation should have been just wide and everything should have been out here one time. We now have the agriculture plan. So based on that plan that's before us, that was presented by yourself, Dr. Hall, and all those other individuals who provided support on this, what's your vision for the department? How do you see weaving the agricultural plan into your vision? And how are we really connecting the dots? Because based on the discussion that we're having today, I'm not hearing that we're truly connecting the dots. There are challenges around connecting the dots. And if we don't connect the dots, then we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we're all going to be frustrated, to include yourself. So let me hear from you.
Senator Fred Gregory, thank you for the question. The dots are connected when every agency that's involved, education, agriculture, University of the Virgin Islands.
Don't do that to me.
Okay.
I'm not asking you, I'm aware of that. I'm asking you, how are you connecting the dots? How are you connecting the dots? Because we have a plan. The plan was rolled out. Have you looked at the plan, met with your team, say, hey, this is what this plan looking like now? How do we make sure that agriculture is deep-seated in what's happening to push this whole measure forward? That's what I'm trying to get from you. And start with your vision.
Okay, so where I sit, I'm trying to ensure up Department of Agriculture so that we can better participate in our role in the overall vision. Unfortunately,
what's the vision?
To increase agricultural productivity in the Virgin Islands. So
and how do you plan to get to that vision?
To build capacity. The way we can build capacity is by having what was mentioned by one of the senators, to make sure that there's a flow of young people coming into agriculture, because most farmers are getting of age. That includes the Department of Education. So for now, where we are, I don't know if
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Is to sure, because there are farmers farming, and we're trying to ensure that the challenges you asking us about the department, that we are handling them and we're doing so efficiently, while we move towards some of these other, connections, making sure that there's 4-H clubs, there's agriculture in the classroom programs that are feeding into...
Okay, so this is my challenge. My challenge is there's a struggle with connecting the dots, and it's not unique to your department or agency. So what's happening here, just based on this conversation, I have a bunch of questions, but I don't even know if I need to ask them at this point. What I see that's happening here is, so we're outing fires, but we got to focus on what our vision is and where we're going. So much of the work that's occurring is around outing fires. That's what it sounds like to me. It may not be, allow me to finish, sir. It may not be the case, however, that's how it sounds to us today. And connecting the dots is important. I'll tell you why I said that. I said that because the senator, the chair of this committee, asked a question around a federal grants manager. And you are familiar with Act number 8700 that was recently passed, and the whole Act plan and the mandates, the eight specific areas. And in that 8 specific areas, they talk about grant management and how do we support, how do we provide the necessary resources to make sure that we have a unit stood up to address federal grants. But in your response, you're responding and saying you would like to hire a grants manager. So we kind of like all over the place, and that's where my concern is about how are we connecting the dots with what we have in place. Have we sat down and connected those dots to ensure that there is a true way forward as it relates to how we move agriculture forward in the territory? And I'm not hearing that. And it may not necessarily be your fault, but I'm hearing it. I'm not hearing it. You took the oath and say, yeah, we're gonna push ag forward in the territory. So that's where my concern comes in.
I only wanted to add earlier, when you say putting out fires, yes, we're putting out fires while we build capacity. You have no choice sometimes but to put out fires. We're working toward this vision, and we're going about it slowly but steadily. We're moving, not in the quantum leaps we'd like. Unfortunately,
But did you hear what I said about connecting the dots and the grant? You answer me, you saying what you want to say.
But until money is actually...
But did you hear that?
I heard you say that there's $78,000 to hire.
Are you aware of that?
The $78,000 doesn't sit within the Department of Agriculture.
No,
Only one person
fast.
could talk at a time.
Yeah.
1 second. Only
Give me a
hold the
minute.
senator's time. Only one
said,
person could talk at a time.
I was specific. I asked you what the vision.
Proceed.
I ain't really getting nothing clear from you. So the vision, we talk about that. We cannot dance around that, but it is what it is. But what I'm saying, Commissioner, is there was a response around grants management. And I made a reference to the ag plan and how are we weaving these things. And that's why I talk about connecting the dot, because you're still on the same trajectory talking about you wanting to hire a grants manager, when in fact, we have to connect the dots, figure out how does this whole ag plan play out in the success of the Department of Agriculture in the territory. I struggle in, honestly. It's a little frustrating, so tell me.
I didn't quite understand the question, Senator. I don't quite understand your question that you're asking me right now.
How are we connecting the dots in the Department of Agriculture with the agriculture plan that has been pushed out last year? Have you met with your team? Have you and your team say, hey, this is what's before us? How are we going to weave this into the Department of Agriculture, work with the other entities so we can truly push agriculture forward in the territory? And the reason why I asked the question is, so answer that question. I'll tell you the reason why. My time is running, but it is what it is.
Our team has met trying to understand what is our role as a department in pushing this, and what do we have to do as a department to ensure that we are ready to participate with the other entities. Right now, we have some internal things to do, including trying to get some people on board.
Listen, man. So you're talking about your fires, and I'm saying, internally, I'm going to ask you one more time. Did you meet with your staff around the agriculture plan, and how do we ensure, and when I say we, I mean you, but I always say we, how do we in agriculture ensure that this plan, how do we work in tandem to ensure that we are working towards true implementation and success of this plan to push agriculture forward in the territory?
Time.
Management and staff has met, yes.
Okay, so what's the outcome of the met?
Understanding our role in the plan.
Okay, so do you have like categories? Do you have task orders? Do you have responsible persons? What?
It still comes down to the front line.
The answer is no. No. So let me finish here because it's my time to speak. So the answer is no. And this is why we continue to spin our wheels in the Virgin Islands. And this is why our community do not have any confidence in the work that we do, because we don't really stop, lay out what it is we're dealing with, and then move forward. What we do is we allow our frustration to permeate throughout the work. And yes, frustration is going to come, but funding is not the only issue that prevents any entity from being successful. You gotta lay out your plan, let people know how serious you are about it, and then you get what you need. That's the issue. I hear it in the entire conversation. I didn't even get to ask my questions because it's tough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, can't tell a senator what to say on their own time, but out of respect for my colleagues, I had the agenda specifically to get the overall status of the Department of Agriculture and then for later for us to go more in depth with the territorial agricultural plan. So we want to find out about the vacancies within the Department of Agriculture, the inventory, about the St. Croix Abattoir, the issues with leasing. So just want to place that on the record. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, I wanted to ask Commissioner Nelson, can you just quickly surmise, once legislation is moved by this body, passed, enacted by, signed by the governor and is enacted, how the department implement, process, discuss, moving those legislation forward? Is there a mechanism? Is there a written mechanism in place, or is there a verbal understanding of what happens immediately after the passage of legislation?
When legislation is passed that impacts the department, try to get a copy of it, see what it's asked, what's required of us, see what our role is, what it's asking of us. Sometimes it's a process to get there. So if it's hiring, if it's it still has to wait to get, whether it's funding, but we understand immediately what is our role. We get it, we get a copy of the bill. Usually a policy advisor might contact us to say, hey, this has been passed, this is what your role is, this is what the department is required to do. And then the process begins to try to get that. But sometimes it's not immediate. You have to wait until a certain amount of time to get whether the money accrues. Sometimes it's not an immediate impact. So it's understanding our role and get ready to execute it.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Next in line, Senator Diane Capehart.
Good morning. Good morning to the listening audience. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your first meeting. Good morning, Commissioner Positive Nelson, my former colleague, and your staff. When I think about agriculture, I get excited because I understand about sustainability. See, I was married to a farmer. So farming was our life. Farming paid for our tuition for our children. That's how we survived on one side of the family. So I wanted to be on this committee specifically because as time goes by, we as a people need to be able to sustain ourselves, to be able to not depend on these containers to bring in spoiled food that stays on these stores, and within a week, they're spoiled. So, Commissioner, I was excited when you particularly was given this position because you, I thought, have a good understanding being a Rastaman and understanding about the earth. So you've taken the task of things, and let me tell you my vision. I see with this agriculture plan coming out that the small farmers that we have here in the territory, that they are designated, say, farmer A, B, C, D. You plant A, you have 5 acres of cucumbers, B, 5 acres of tomato. Everybody have a specialty crop. I am tired of going to the supermarket and now having to pay $7.99, $8.99 for a decent lettuce head. While I know we can grow this in abundance. And I could go on and talk about all these different specialty crops. See, working environmental protection for 13 years and 2 years as a deputy commissioner, I work closely with Department of Agriculture. And Senator, Commissioner, I want to give you some insight as to, you mentioned the EQIP program, the Environmental Quality Incentive Program through USDA. You provided a chart for EQIP for 2020, 2021, 2022 for St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. Do you farmers really understand the benefits of EQIP?
Senator, the answer to me, well, for those who use it, yes, but many don't use it. Many people don't even get to that point because they challenge keeping their documents in order to get to apply for those programs.
So, and education is the key. Outreach is the key because a lot of farmers don't understand the resources that's available to them. And I think your department needs to work closely with USDA, NRCS, all of these different agencies that can work together, even DPNR through the Non-Point Source Pollution Program. Because when these farmers go and apply for EQIP, they have a cost share. So Commissioner, let me tell you, back in the day, DPNR leveraged their $30,000 with, back in the day, agriculture, $30,000. So they had a pool of $60,000 to help the farmers to meet their cost share. You know about our program?
About the cost share program, no, we don't do it right now. No.
When I asked about it, nobody knew about it. And this was for the farmers to be able to help them with that cost share. Commissioner, I keep calling you Senator, but I know once a Senator, always a Senator. Commissioner, I want you to look into that because that is for our farmers, okay? I want you to understand also, I've seen a former senator brought legislation to help with disenfranchised youths to kind of encourage them about farming. Do you know that there was a program called a conservation camp through your forestry division?
PCC? Yes.
Do you know we sent about 10 youths every year to Tifton, Georgia to study agriculture, to expose our youth them to this industry? Are you familiar with that? I want to see these things come back, Commissioner. I see money is coming. Money's coming. Got to utilize, we've got to be creative. Because all these people that are farming, they're going to phase out. They're going to phase out. And they are not utilizing the tools and equipment and resources that's available to them. And the younger generation need to understand about sustainability and feeding ourselves. The ponds. Do you know there were a pond restoration program back in the day at Department of Agriculture? Ponds are low-impact development projects, and they serve two purposes. They help with stormwater runoff, and they help with groundwater recharge. They help with your drought issues. You need to start identifying all these ponds in the Virgin Islands, government-owned, privately owned, trying to see how we can help these farmers so we can start using this water, because we should not be having any water issues. Groundwater recharge, we need to start researching that as a department. There are things that we can start doing creatively as a department, even with little resources that you have. I don't mean to be here lecturing, but I get passionate. I really get passionate because I understand about sustainability. You know, I was one of your vendors last agriculture fair. I was there trying to encourage my community. Hey, you don't even need to have a backyard. You can start growing in grow bags. I'm not able to participate this year in this agriculture time because my life kind of changed. But you need to start looking at these things. I wanted to ask one question. You talked about what additional funding do you need to continue to build your personnel capacity?
Right now, we're supposed to go to negotiations. All these employees, especially the shops, the mechanics, their salaries, I think, are very low. And I can't give you a percentage, but if I were to go across the board, these employees at the department deserve no less than like an 8% increase.
So, if I may, and this is something your HR person need to start doing. I just talked to Environmental Protection saying, hey, I understand that you guys want to leave your department because no pay. Start looking at these titles, see how you can be creative to probably change their titles to be unique positions that you don't have to compete with union contracts and that kind of stuff. I know my time has been called.
You can wrap up.
So, Commissioner, be creative. Start looking at the little resources that you have and be creative to help the people of the Virgin Islands that we can start eating better, living better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I can give a response.
Sure, go ahead.
The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture have an excellent relationship right now with the NRCS and the NACD. Most of those ponds you speak of was built by the Conservation District when it was active. It was inactive since 1970-something. It's now been restarted, and there's 3 members on the board so far. Regarding the ponds and ponds mapping, that is being done and has been done at the University of the Virgin Islands. If you had let Ms. Shanice on, we would have heard what's going on with water. So a lot of the work is being done. What really needs to be connected is the flow of the inlet of young, fresh minds, and that takes the Department of Agriculture, that takes the Department of Education, that takes the University of the Virgin Islands, and they recently restarted their agricultural program. Most of the ag experts in the territory came out of the University of the Virgin Islands or College of the Virgin Islands when it had an agricultural program. That has been restarted, thankfully, so all those things are going to encourage the inflow. You need that inflow in order to get them to the technologies that are now available in agriculture, to show them that agriculture is sexy. Agriculture is way beyond just the pickaxe and the hoe out in the sun. There's a lot of technology surrounded, and when they go off to study agriculture, we don't get them back because USDA scooped them up because there's such a demand for agriculture professionals around the world. So if we got to think about sustainability, it's important that we have programs that we can promise them, guarantee them employment, even if they don't study here, that they can come back and be employed in those particular areas. We, as a territory, have to get creative. The problem ain't the agriculture department problem, we have a serious problem with outflow here, period, and we can't miss with food, however, because if we can't do nothing else. So I hear you, Senator, we are pushing the best we can within our means, and it's not because I'm very creative, as a matter of fact, and we've gotten a lot of things done due to our networking with some of our federal partners, and some of these things just take time to unfold. And that $50 million grant we just spoke of, you heard me spoke of earlier, that's going to take us a long way if we get our hands on it, and it's very likely because it's not a competitive grant. It's available to us.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Thank you once again, Senator Capehart. Before I get to the next senator, I just want to place on the record the vision that I had for today and the vision that I have overall as the chairman of this committee. We can have all the plans in the world, but if the Department of Agriculture do not have the resources, the personnel, the proper procurement process when it comes to the leasing, and the list goes on, every plan will and shall fail, and that is not the goal. So that is why I wanted to give Commissioner Nelson an opportunity today to speak about what is going on in the Department of Agriculture during the first block before we get into the second block, and that is why I'm refraining from any questions pertaining to the agricultural plan. Like I said, we have no problem involving it in today's discussion in Block 1, but I really want to know the internals of the Department of Agriculture before we can even get to any other plan. Because it seems that during this conversation, we can obviously see that there's some issues with pay, and the list goes on. So, right into my questions. As far as your involvement with any nonprofit organizations to introduce our youth to agriculture, do you have any programs in place? Are you collaborating with any nonprofit organizations to introduce our youth to agriculture?
The department is usually contacted on occasions by school programs, by nonprofit organizations. We know we've recently met with, and well, this is not the first time, with VI, Good Food Coalition. We meet with entities, not all nonprofits, some are for-profit. Talking about food, right now we collaborate with the grant that's being sought We are collaborating with some distinct individuals and farmers on both on St. Croix and St. Thomas. So we do reach out, and they reach out to us, and we make ourselves available. We help when we can, especially when the schools need assistance with preparation of the lands and gardens. We've done workshops in the schools, both in St. Thomas and St. Croix. And we did want to just say something about that drought relief program that you all, the Senate passed for us, and Ms. Elliott wanted to give you some insight on that.
And before you do it, for the court reporter, the stenographer, just state your name, your title.
Good afternoon, Michelle Elliott, Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Affairs. And regarding Commissioner Francis, with the specific bills that we were assigned, we did have a drought subsidy, and of that, thus far, 209, well, actually, we got the monies allocated on January 19th. Of that, thus far, 298,000 has been spent for 141 farmers. Expected to spend the rest of that probably by next weekend. It will only cover about 40 to 50, how the bill was written, because it's 2,000 per farmer if you have crop, and 2,500 for livestock. So that should cover 40 to 50 farmers, depending on who has livestock and who has crop. Regarding the balance, which was 160,000, I think, for a truck, we established that the truck will be better suited on St. Thomas. But because of the terrain, we're asking MAC to quote us for a 4x4 truck. And as of January 11th, we got notification from them that MAC is limited, and until today, they don't have a chassis to mount a tank for the size tank that we need. So we're waiting for them to get back on to us with that. So I just wanted to let you know about that bill.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And Commissioner Nelson, in your testimony, you mentioned the state and private forestry, urban and community forestry IRA proposal due February 28. $50 million available to Territory over 5 years. Can you just let us know how that is coming along?
It's coming along. Assistant Commissioner Collingwood is leading that, and she's working with, she's collaborating with some farmers, some of the big farmers throughout the territory, and including UBI professionals. And the idea is to create like a food forest, because this is for really trees. It's a forestry program. But since we're in the Caribbean, some of our trees that we're proposing to plant are fruit trees, of course, because we want to create, we're working towards food sustainability. So throughout the territory, this plan is going to green spaces, private. If you have private property, you can plant there. If you public property, green spaces, or fruit tree orchards, you name it. This can roll into and tie into even like the territorial park plan, as Senator Fred Gregory talked about. If we connect the dots and utilize federal funding smartly, we can help ourselves in some of the other initiatives we have. That's beyond food, because there's nothing wrong in putting fruit trees in parks. We may not have pine trees, but we can have other trees. So that plan itself, like I said, it's due on the 28th. It's very likely once we complete it, Commissioner Collingwood, like right now we're working through the fair. After we get to the ag fair, they're going to solidify and just pull all the pieces together. But she has some good partners working with her that I'm confident that we'll get this grant in.
And this is the first time since your time in office that you're getting this grant?
This is the first time that we know of it becoming available to us. What we have now, because of our relationship with the federal partners, they're like notifying us. They're like, these grants perhaps have been out there. It's perhaps not the first time it's available. I'm not going to take any credit for that. But because of the relationship we have with federal partners, they're calling us, hey, VI, check this out. This is for you. Here's one specifically. And that network is working out good for us. What we do need is some internal assistance, like more grant writing, because all of it can't fall on Commissioner Collingwood. She just happened to be no grants because of her prior work experience, but she can't be bogged down with doing all that granting. So we are desperately looking for people who, we haven't put out no ad yet for grant writers, but that's where we are right now. For our next listing that we're going to try to get pushed to personnel, is going to have grant writer in it.
That's why I inquired earlier about who is your grant writer, because I'm impressed with the many grants that you have. So with all the issues that we can find, I must say if it's one thing that you're doing correctly is getting those grants. And I'm hoping and praying that we do receive that $50 million grant so it can trickle down into the economy.
And I must give must give that credit to Assistant Commissioner Collingwood. Her prior network through the university systems in Florida is working out for us. And that is just out of friendships and people you know. I mean, we need to be able to pay people to do it, but when your network is your net worth, and that's working out for us, and that's worked to our advantage with the NACD and the NRCS, where Virgin Islands name is being spoken about in the halls of Washington as it relates to where we're headed with agriculture. We just need some things to move a little quicker here at home.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Next in line, we have Senator Joseph.
Senator, I would ask that Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is a member of this committee and who has been here, if she can go before me, sir. You may not have been aware, but she has been sitting here waiting to be recognized. Can I yield to her, sir?
No problem. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized. My apologies. Hey, breathe in, breathe out. Let's go.
I'm trying to keep calm today.
We are all humans. Let's go.
It's okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. I want to start off. Good morning to the testifiers as well. I want to start off and just talk a little bit about my day. I'm married to a farmer, and our day roughly starts about 5:30 in the morning. He gets up, he's out the door around 6. He spends the first half of the day dealing with his animals, going to the farm, and I would honestly tell you that man loves it. When I tell you he loves farming, it is literally who he is as a person. And as a senator, I have often been very proud of the fact that the things that I continue to do in here, from my perspective, could potentially help him and other farmers to advance farming in the territory. But to be honest with you, I get very disappointed when I have these meetings, because when I listen to the answers and the responses to a lot of the questions that sometimes myself and my colleagues ask, it causes me to wonder, are we even really advancing as a territory when it comes to agriculture? Agriculture is something that is so critical to us because of our location on the planet. We're in the middle of the ocean, and a lot of things for us have to be shipped in. And I have often wondered, when are we going to put agriculture up there to the forefront? When I sit back as a senator and I see that we're appropriating and somehow could find $1 million to go celebrate an emancipation party, when I'm hearing the governor say that we only have 3 to 4 days worth of money. But when I hear the Commissioner of Agriculture tell me that he's just had a casual conversation to potentially access $2 million that could potentially help his department to advance and help the farmers of this territory, but no real effort has gone into trying to get this money, it concerns me. Because it's coming across as if though we have our priorities so mixed up that we're never really going to get anywhere. It almost seems as if though it sounds good to come on this Senate floor. I've been in here for 2 years. And some of the questions that I had written down, I asked 2 years ago. And I'm getting the same or hearing the same responses when some of my other colleagues bring them up. So I'm literally sitting here disappointed and very, very saddened by what's happening. we have a situation where, because I'm married to a farmer, I am very involved with farmers on a regular basis. I speak to them quite often. When I head over to St. Croix, I chat up to them because they want to have these conversations, because I sit here and I said, wait a minute. Why do you guys have the perception that the agriculture department is not here for your advancement? And I want to ask a question, because that's what they keep relaying to me. But I also know from the perspective of the agriculture department, there are some things that you feel that farmers rely on you guys or expect too much of you guys to do, that you might feel should not even be part of what the government does. Now, I'm going to ask the commissioner this first question. What are the things that you feel that this agriculture department should be doing on behalf of the farmers? And what are some of the things that you think they expect you to do that you think should not be done by the government?
Good afternoon, Senator. Our responsibilities are codified. We do land prep, we do land lease, and what I feel personally is to do what our code requires to do. But the expectancy that we can meet every farmer's scheduled time to do their land prep is not realistic, because the demand on the department is heavy. So that's all I'm saying. It's not a matter of we can't expect to harvest your crop for you and those kind of things, which are not that's not part of our programs. But we do sell seeds. We're not going to sell, and we do sell other agricultural commodities. We're not going to sell everything that's in a garden shop, because we're not to compete with the private sector, but we are to make things available to farmers. I think we're even going a little further, because we're selling to more than just farmers at this point.
Okay.
So the code clarifies what is our responsibility.
Okay. Right now, there's a crisis going on in regards to the cost of eggs. One of the things that my husband does is he's an egg farmer. He does eggs. I have stopped eating store-bought eggs probably 10 years ago. They're not the same. I just want to, they taste way better. But I want to ask the question, what have we done? I heard one of my colleagues speaking about individual farming. What has the department done to try to encourage farmers to really try to focus on individual farming of a specific crop, so that there will be a bounty of that crop to make sure that, hey, this is something that's always going to be readily available? Like I said, my husband does egg farming. Right now, they're attacking him because eggs have gone through the roof. What about tomatoes? That's something common. Cucumbers. What have your agency done from a marketing standpoint, from an agency standpoint, to potentially encourage farmers to do that type of farming?
We do monocrop farming. Most farmers in the territory do multiple crops. That's just part of their sustainability plan. We do need to get this organized, and I believe to the community garden we should, but right now we haven't done that. Many farmers are doing sourcing for specific restaurants or hotels, and they're doing that independently on their own. Right? Especially you talk about eggs, and we're seeing more, because of the shortages, there are more people showing interest and applying for land to raise chickens. So we try to bump them to the top of the list to try to get land available to them because of those needs.
Yes. I remember a couple years ago, the University of the Virgin Islands had a competition, and there was a young lady named Patricia Rogers, and she won the $30,000 allotment because her plan was to do an egg farm. And I don't know if she ever got the money, because what was hindering her is she didn't get the land. So she had the money, she won the contest, but she couldn't find the land to start her egg farm. So maybe I'll get an update about that later on. But I'm saying I brought that story up because this is an example of how we are as a people. We're not progressive. For some strange reason, we have this way of always waiting for things to cave in on us, crumble down, become the biggest mountain. And then when it's time to get a resolution, we blame everybody and their mother. And we have to stop that, because agriculture is so important to us as a people. We have to put it to the front of the line. And I think, did the gentleman just say time? I want to make sure I heard correct.
Yes, but you can wrap up.
Let me wrap up and say this. Commissioner, I want to encourage you to do something. Everything is not going to be about the financial part of it. I would encourage you to map out a plan even within your own agency and figure out the things that you can tackle sometimes without the money. Figure out the things you can accomplish to even move the goalpost just a little bit closer to us having a strong agriculture in this territory. When it comes to you getting that money that this legislature has appropriated for you, I would be writing letters. I would be calling the governor. I would be, it should never be a casual conversation for $2 million. You need to have it documented that you are doing your very best to get a hold of that money and going to everybody that you can to get the money on behalf of the people of this territory. So I would just tell you to take a different approach instead of casual conversation. But thank you very
Senator.
much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carla Joseph.
A pleasant good day, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I deeply appreciate it. Pleasant good day, Commissioner Nelson and your team. I know you're working hard on multiple things, and I understand how it is to be frustrated and deep in the trenches and not have individuals, return and push things forward. But when you are a leader, I want to encourage you. When you are a leader, you lead. And sometimes you have to get out of your comfort zone to make things happen for our people. And agriculture, as one of my colleagues stated, is a vocation, a career that has started from the beginning of time, what humans have done. Now, with all that being said, I want to first delve into one area, and I came up late, so these questions were asked before. Just say asked and answered. The status of the abattoir in the St. Thomas in St. Thomas. You said in your opening testimony that there is a modular, there's going to be demolition, a repair to that. Where is this funding coming from? Is this FEMA funding?
For the demolition, no, there's some insurance money we're supposed to have used to repair or reconstruct, but we have gotten authorization to go ahead on and demolish that because...
Okay, this mic is not on.
We can hear you clearly in the St. Croix district.
Something is not okay. Here we go. My time, Mr. Chairman. I know you're very gracious. Okay, so repeat again your answer, Commissioner, for me.
The funding is not from FEMA. The funding is insurance funding for the demolition and the reconstruction.
Okay, and this is for the abattoir in St. Thomas, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Senator.
Okay, what is the amount? You stated it here in your testimony. I didn't see it.
I think there's close to $500-some thousand that's available to insurance, maybe 512.
500K? Now, where was the status of that? Have you put in your plans, your specs, you submitted the documents? Where are you with that?
I just mentioned that we've gotten the authority to demolish the site, and then of course we have to establish scope of work if we're going to reconstruct there. What we are in pursuit of in the meantime is a mobile unit to a grant with the University of the Virgin Islands.
Oh, true. Okay, and okay, I'm not going to go through that if you have already mentioned about the grant. Now, I do want to have a discussion regarding some outstanding invoices from a nonprofit organization here in St. Thomas. This is from 2018, and they haven't seen. Are you familiar with We Grow Food, Inc.?
I'm familiar with We Grow Food, Inc. I don't know of an outstanding invoice.
They indicated they have been in contact with individuals and your staff regarding this. This is prior to your being voted as and stationed as a commissioner. Your approval here in this legislature, which is about, I would surmise, just quick math, maybe about $50,000 in funding. They already have some of these documents that they have put forward. They indicated they have met with you and also with your staff regarding the status of getting their money reimbursed, because they took a major role in getting some bathrooms and the like built in the Bordeaux farm area. Are you familiar with that? And where are we with that?
Senator, the board, We Grow Food, went ahead on and did some repair to the bathrooms. As you know, with these FEMA projects and FEMA-funded projects, you can't go repair without their giving the scope of work, or you disqualify yourself from that money. We did get that amount submitted. Ms. Cardi, Deputy Commissioner Cardi, and I'm so glad you mentioned that we met with We Grow Food several times, because there's some folks who put it out there that we don't meet. We've met numerous times with We Grow Food Inc. That's the fact, we met with that organization more than anybody in the whole Virgin Islands. And we are, right now, have submitted that amount of money, I can't remember the exact amount, to try to get it funded to FEMA.
Okay, so you did submit it so we could get some type of reimbursement.
We're not sure it's going to qualify for funding because it's already disqualified.
No, I understand. Hold up. My time is running. I understand that you may not know if it's qualified because it is a reimbursable, but it was directly after the storm, and it was in response to getting things accomplished. And you could always make the case with the grant funders and say it's due, this is a correct word, due to extenuating circumstances, in fact, to get these things built, because we needed to have restrooms there. Restroom and toilet and indoor plumbing is critical for operation right now in any country or place. So you submitted the documents to FEMA, that's what you're saying?
Yes,
to get reimbursed.
Yes,
okay.
they were sent, Senator.
I believe when we come to the disaster recovery meeting, I will be sure to follow up with the committee chairman, so you could come and tell us what's the status of it, and has FEMA responded, because I need to know when you sent it. When did you send it? In fact, let me ask you, when did you submit it to FEMA?
Mr. Chair?
For reimbursement.
Mr. Chair, permission to answer, please?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, go ahead. She's still on her time.
As a matter of fact, Senator, I was the one who sent the package. I hand-delivered it to Ms. Stevens at Vitima. I have assigned someone on my staff to follow through and to work with We Grow Food, because the receipts have to match the work that was done. As the commissioner said, they operated or did the construction outside of the scope of what FEMA had required, and we're trying to work through that for them.
Okay, so that's fine, even though they operated based on a need and to get things accomplished down there for the farmers. And certainly during and after and the storms, those things occurred. The most important thing is that they have their receipt for their work done, the building is up, and it should be an allowable cost by FEMA. Who was, you said Mr. Stevens? Okay.
Your time was called, you can wrap up.
Okay, sorry. I want to go on to another item. And that other item is regarding some of the monies that go into the horse racing fund, horse racing improvement fund, for entities who are taking care of horses that are no longer running. Are you familiar with that, Commissioner? Your team was supposed to come over, and I'm referring to an organization in the St. Thomas district. The name is Triple H.
What's the question, Senator? If I'm familiar with Triple H? If I'm familiar with the fund?
They have a significant, first of all, I'm asking if you or your team members are familiar with Triple H.
That's your only question?
I have more questions.
Okay, so here it is. He's going to answer the question, and then that's it.
May I answer, please?
So we're now in the chair time. Proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator, Triple H met with me, and being new to the position and having to put my signature on documents to pay people, I had my due diligence to do. It took a while for me to get it done. I wanted to make sure that these people were properly incorporated. There was a feud between that organization and another organization, and I had hoped that they would have rectified it. But in the course of my due diligence, I found the company that had their articles, their, what do you call it, they had the articles of incorporation. The company was not dissolved, and they had gotten their certificate of good standing. And I sent through approval for that company. I have not seen a certificate of good standing for this particular organization. And as such, I'm putting on the record, I will not put my signature to anything that I am not comfortable doing until they provide proper documents.
Thank you for placing that on the record. So,
Thank you.
Point of inquiry, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I listened to the conversation earlier, and we have to be fair all around. So, I have to ask this question. The bathrooms, were those bathrooms destroyed in the storm? The bathrooms that the senator referenced with regards to Regrow Food, Inc.?
That was what was stated.
Yes or no, Senator?
Well, yes, according to what...
They were destroyed in a storm. Were they part of the, what do you all call it, the PW, the DSR, the PW?
No, they weren't.
Right, and say it, because that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you an opportunity to put it on the record that while that entity may have felt the need to do that, you have to have authorization. So you don't determine what's allowable. You've taken a step forward and said, let me try to see what I can get reimbursed. Right. But if it was not clearly on the PW, they needed to come to your office to make the case, so you could make the case to the federal government to get approval. I try and help you out with this one, because I don't want it to come across as if they did the work and now they're not getting paid and FEMA approved it before.
Yes.
We good?
Senator, we very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ms. Carty met with them extensively prior to Deputy Commissioner Richards coming on, and it was very clear, and we went through this. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Quickly, and proceed.
Yes, thank you kindly. Now, I know about grant funding. I'm not going to go there. And I do know about extenuating circumstances when things have to be done. But I applaud for trying.
Senator, in the essence of time, just ask the question.
I'm making my point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Kindly. So my question is to the Deputy Commissioner. I was on the email that was sent from Triple H to you and all of the commissioners regarding their documentation. The law states and any other organization. They sent everything, including their documentation from the Lieutenant Governor's office regarding being a organization in good standing. This is from August.
That's your question?
And nothing has been told to them. So where are we? Do you need me to send this document again to you, Deputy Commissioner Richards from Triple H?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, we don't feel it appropriate to discuss any one entity here in this body. We can't be advocating for any one entity here. The money is available for
Senator
force,
Joseph, your inquiry is over.
I don't feel appropriate going any further with that.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Media, Senator Joseph, thank you. Thank you. I will proceed with my 8 minutes. Commissioner Nelson, Sommer is in 4 months, about approximately 4 months, 4 or 5 months. Can you let me know of any plans that you have to collaborate with the Department of Labor to introduce our young men and women to farming? I know that you have the stuff or the initiative where you have individuals working within the Department of Agriculture, but beyond that, I would like to see some involvement with getting some youth involved physically on the farm and, of course, Department of Agriculture as well.
We don't have any program with the Department of Labor scheduled of such. Of course, we welcome and invite any organization, whether non-profit or for-profit, to, if they want to have a farming program, and we assist. Right now, our personnel capacity to do any of these initiatives right now are very limited. We can prep land for you, but we need somebody to sort of oversee. If there was a youth organization came to us right now, the good thing about being commissioner, I can tell the guys to go down with a machine tomorrow and push down that piece and pull that for them children right now. Just, I don't care what's going on, stop everything. And prep that for them, but we don't have that. But we would love that because that's what we're catering to. There's some schools right now on schedule to get some land prepared because they're starting their program. And I push the guys to cut off of what we have to do and just get those done so that we can get moving with youth programs in particular. So anybody who's willing, we're willing to do that for any type of summer program, but we can't undertake it on our own.
Thank you, because I have many individuals who reach out to me who would love to collaborate with you.
If I can add, Michelle Elliott, I was planning to go through the LIFT program to have students.
Do you want to elaborate on that, or is it premature to do so?
The LIFT program is through Department of Labor, and every year they do a program where interns come in, and of course it's paid through the Department of Labor, but they're placed at different agencies.
Yeah.
So we were planning to incorporate that.
But how many youth do benefit from that program?
Well, it depends on how much you ask for. I'm not sure if they can give us as much as we ask for, but that's all.
So I will be reaching out to Commissioner Gary Malloy because I want to make sure that we have succession planning as we pay respect to those individuals who are currently farming, who are, senior. We want to make sure that we pave the way for young men and women.
What would be ideal is if some of these, we hardly have agricultural teachers in the school, but if some of these agricultural teachers who work during the school year can embark on a summer program, then we're willing to assist, where they bring in students and do, that we're willing to assist with that. The LIFT program will pay for their employment, but we want students to participate in the program themselves, and sometimes some kind of stipend helps.
Thank you. And as far as your public relations officer, who is that?
We don't have a PI. We're actually trying to we're actually trying to get one on board right now as we speak.
So positive. You said that 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we did.
Because I'm a technology guy. I go on the USVI Department of Agriculture Facebook page, and the last post that was posted was 21 hours ago about AgriFest. And prior to that is December 9, 2022, and then October 27, 2022. So I'm just saying that we have a lot of things going on. Nowhere in there I saw mentioning of what we're going to talk about in Block 2, the Territorial Agricultural Plan, saying the bill was signed into law. No involvement about the discussions that are being had when it comes to agriculture on a whole in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it's very important that we get that message out. Don't you agree?
I agree that we need to utilize technology to let people know what's going on with agriculture and some of the initiatives, and I totally agree with you.
So let's work on that. Get a public relations officer. And as far as the consistency report, I heard about that earlier. That's very new to me. Can somebody elaborate some more about the consistency report?
It's a federal consistency report. It's when you are doing construction, rezoning, and not even rezoning, just building out, you need something that you need from DPNR relative to the land usage, especially if you're in flood zones.
And is that updated every so often? And can you provide us with that report, the latest report?
Yes, it's something relative to the land at the time that's being developed. So it's almost like if I'm building on a land and the land is in a flood zone, I have to go to DPNR and get a report on that land says
okay.
The flow. So it's not anything necessarily a public matter.
Understood. And as far as the St. Croix Abattoir, I know you mentioned that you have some staffing issues due to retirement. So we know the problem. What is the solution? I know it's hiring individuals, but you have to have a strategy. What is the strategy?
We've been having individuals come in, some in volunteering, see if they'd like it.
Those individuals are being compensated?
Some have been coming voluntarily. As we push through positions, we have gotten a quality control manager now and what's the other position? And a sanitation manager now. The laborers, the butchers we don't have yet. You just can't get the interest. There's not that many people interested in slaughtering animals. That in itself is, to be honest, what I've been realizing is there needs to be some process, I'll call it professional development for now, that employees who work within a slaughterhouse can go through to CARTA. Because I think there's something that happens. You know, every day you're slaughtering animals, it's a job, but it does something to you. And we've seen challenges. They're not easy. But what is good about the abattoir is that the USDA inspectors from Puerto Rico, because our prior inspector is no longer there. So we have inspectors come from Puerto Rico daily when we're slaughtering. And they are very pleased with the advancement we have at the abattoir, the way the guys are at.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And in my first term, I brought forward Bill number 33, that's 0249, which is now Act number 8306, which mandates that the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism to host an agricultural conference in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And some of the topics to be discussed, not limiting to these, are agritourism, imports and exports in the territory, empowerment of local farmers through innovation, pathways and interventions for agriculture, disease and pest management, financial reporting for farmers, and other areas that you deem necessary to discuss. I know we had COVID-19. According to President Biden, as of May, he's going to declare COVID-19 over. So as far as the part moving forward, when we can see some movement with Act 8306?
We did have some prior discussion, and you should see some movement immediately. I believe it's somewhere we need to head as a Caribbean territory. It is very important that we speak to our Caribbean neighbors, albeit we may have challenges as relates to our borders, and we're going to have to go to the federal government.
Commissioner Nelson, just 1 second. When we dismiss you today, what's next in line for you? What's your first step to take as far as Act 8306 to implement that?
When you dismiss me today, I'm going to go get back in fair preparation mode, because right now that's where all guns are pointed.
I understand that, and that's... I'm speaking specifically to Act 8306.
Well, as it relates to Act 8306, I can re-engage the University of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism relative to where we want to head with this. I can start contacting some Caribbean neighbors, looking for projected dates and I would like the Virgin Islands, that would be an initiative coming from the Virgin Islands. So we'll be looking to pick dates, see who we want to invite, invitations, send them what we want to discuss, and hopefully get the ministers to participate. That would be the next steps.
Thank you. In the essence of time and fairness to my colleagues, my time was called. Commissioner Nelson, For the next 2 years, while sitting as the chair of this committee, my #1 priority is to make sure that anything that was enacted by this body, if it needs to be revisited and amended, so be it. But if it's enacted and is now law, I'm trying my very best, along with my colleagues, to provide the necessary oversight to make sure that it's enforced. Time after time, we hear from the community, those senators down there, they don't do anything. And we have been constantly doing as much as we can to make sure that the Department of Agriculture receive the resources that they need, not just for the Agriculture Department, but for the farmers on a whole and for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands to benefit. So I'm just asking you, please, get with your team. I know I don't want to really discuss the Territorial Agricultural Plan, but I know President Hall and his team, they went through all the mandates and the acts in the VI Code to find out which one needs to be amended, which ones need to be repealed, and the list goes on. So I'm asking you to join that conversation to make sure that we have some level of understanding so we can prove to the world as black people and the proud U.S. Virgin Islanders that we can run a successful government. With that said, I want to say thank you to my colleagues. I think we had a productive round for Block 1. I will give the testifiers an opportunity to close. So Commissioner Nelson, you can proceed.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Wait, before you do, you came a little late and I really want to wrap up, but I see that we have Senator Ray Fonseca. Do you have any questions? Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes, good afternoon.
Can you recognize Senator?
It'll be very quick.
Proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do, and it will be very, very quick and brief. Yes, can I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Commissioner Nelson, real quick, I wanted to get a specific procedure down from you concerning if I have a pig in St. Thomas and it's being transported to St. Croix for slaughter. Say my pig weighs 200 pounds, it is being transported to St. Croix for slaughter, and then it's returned to St. Thomas. When the pig is slaughtered in the abattoir in St. Thomas, is the pig returned entirely, in its entirety, less the, the intestinal parts, et cetera, and what are the procedures to ensure that the meat doesn't go rancid after it's been slaughtered, and how much time is allotted for that pig to go to St. Croix and then return? One other thing I wanted to ask you concerning
Senator Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, you want your question to be answered?
Yes.
Well, positive, you want to answer the question?
Yes. The pigs are
Senator Ray Fonseca, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you can hear me well. We had a slight glitch there. Did Commissioner Nelson understand the question?
Yes, I did. Senator, you asked what's the procedure when a pig is sent over for slaughter. The pig is slaughtered, it has to be solid frozen overnight, and then it's sent back the next day. We encumber the cost to ship it over, and we send back everything except the intestines, the insides, and the hoofs and other parts that are not allowed to be given back at this point, because they're not allowed to be processed. We don't have the processing capability within the abattoir at this point.
And when the pig is returned, it's in a frozen state?
It's in a frozen state, solid frozen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me, and I apologize for coming late. As you know, I'm not a member of the committee, but agriculture is very, very important to me, and I wanted to get that procedure down. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me this time.
You have more time, you have 8 minutes.
Okay, yes, okay. I do have another important question, and it's concerning the hydroponic farming. Commissioner Nelson, I wanted to get your opinion on hydroponic farming because I was looking at some of the advantages where it can be set up almost anywhere. I know a particular individual grows the squash and spinach, and he sells them to the supermarket. It's great for herbs, vegetables with the hydroponic farming system. No soil is needed. The plants grow faster, and of course, being the fact that no dirt is used, the plants are free from environmental pollutants. And of course, the system uses less water because the roots are kept compact, and the roots are also provided with the perfect amount of water and the nutritions. And the roots also don't compete with other weeds in the soil for the water. And the system, of course, the hydroponic system, of course, is climate control growing. Therefore, there's no adverse environmental factors. Maybe sometimes the sun might be too strong, and of course the labor is saved because the folks tending to the farming don't have to take time to spray for pollutants or, clean and, treat for soil-borne pathogens. So can you give me your opinion and the priority on whether or not you think hydroponic farming fits in with the soil, particularly on St. Thomas? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Hydroponics has its place in farming. It's especially when you have limited land space. Again, with the technologies, vertical farming, with what's available, container farming, what's available right now, we encourage all types of farming. And especially if you have limited land space, this is one process. There's some people who prefer to grow in soil, and some people who is willing to use hydroponics.
Yes, thank you very much. Also, one quick thing, I noticed you said that you had submitted the grant application for the mobile arbitrage to UVI. I know that our esteemed colleague, Senator Francis, had followed up on that question. Carla Joseph, I'm sorry, had followed up on that question. But did you give her a specific time when the mobile arbitrage would be up on St. Thomas? I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that if I missed it?
Okay, that question was not asked, but we will know if we've been successful in that grant by June 2023. The application was in November 2022, and we will find out if we are granted in June 2023. If we are successful with the grant, then it takes some time in receiving the monies and, of course, putting in the order for any mobile unit.
Thank you. And then I noticed you also mentioned that the Office of the Governor, has approved the demolition for the St. Thomas arbitrage, and I assume there's an issue with funding. But do you have any general time frames when you expect the arbitrage in St. Thomas to be completed and up online? And thank you for your answer.
Okay, there's no issue with funding relative to demolition. We're now trying to source a contractor to do the demolition. And as it relates to reconstruction, like you said, we're applying for the mobile unit now, and we're going to have to determine as a government and a department where, if we want to relocate it there or somewhere else. As you know, being in the St. Thomas district, there are competing interests relative to that specific location.
Thank you. Blessing. I return the time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for participating in today's discussion. We are going to wrap up this block. I will just end by saying, Commissioner Nelson, I hope and pray that the negotiations for the heavy equipment operators do go well, and by the next time we do have a conversation on the Senate floor, that we can hear some great news as far as getting those guys up to par. So you can proceed with wrapping up.
Mr. Chairman, we thank you for the opportunity to present on the status of the Department of Agriculture and agriculture in general. We at the department stand ready to continue to support moving agricultural productivity agricultural production in the Virgin Islands forward. We know we have challenges. However, the farming community are showing a commitment. The department employees are showing a commitment to be involved in ensuring that we are at a better place as it relates to food and building our capacity in the territory. It's going to happen over time. It's not going to be an overnight process. There are some things that, as it relates to our infrastructure and our natural resources, that we have not addressed and have not started to look into as yet, into what is our water source on the ground, how much is actually there, is it still what we thought? And a lot of our what we're claiming is not actually so anymore. However, notwithstanding, it is incumbent upon us as a territory to do whatever is necessary to ensure that the Virgin Islands has some source of food. It is not an option. So I'm clear on my goal as it relates to the Department of Agriculture. And I'm just asking that we continue to be supportive, and this body has been, I can't complain, this body has been, over the past couple of legislatures, has been quite supportive in sending funding our way. So we just want for assistance in ensuring that some of the channels are open. And what I mentioned earlier, I think that I want all of us to grasp, having been there and now here, is that there are certain agencies that need to have employees so that the processes can continue to be more fluid. If we don't do that, a lot of the initiatives we talk about, whether it be in agriculture or any other department, are going to appear stagnant or not moving because the agencies that we're dependent on to move certain things are clogged. We are being resourceful, we are being creative, we're not waiting on money to come. But there's only so much we can do with who we have and what we have. And many of our employees, as you know, are approaching retirement age. So I thank you for the opportunity. The department has moved the needle, and we'll continue to move the needle forward. And again, I want to thank the men and women of Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and our commissioners and the governor's office for their support.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson, for your testimony and your involvement in today's discussion. I also want to say thank you to your support staff, your team, for being here with us today. Thank you once again to my colleagues. This reaches to the end of Block 1. Of course, we have Block 2, where we'll go more in depth when it comes to the territorial agricultural plan. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will stand in recess for several minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is now back on the record. We will now proceed with Block 2. Before I get to Mr. Clerk to read Block 2, I just want to welcome Senator Franklin Johnson, non-committee member. Thank you for being here today. I'm looking at St. Thomas. So thank you, Senator Johnson, for being here today. And everyone else, Mr. Clerk, are you ready to read Block 2?
The committee will receive an update on the overall status on the Virgin Islands Territorial Agricultural Plan. Invited testifiers, Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Food Coalition, the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. And that's it for the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And before I start, I just want to let my colleagues know that the updated testimony for Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown was circulated, so feel free to check it out. So we'll ask all testifiers, starting from my left to the right, to just please place your name, title on the record. Thank you.
Sommer Sibilly-Brown, founder and executive director of Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition, Inc.
David Hall, president of the University of the Virgin Islands and former co-chair of the Agriculture Plan Task Force.
Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and former co-chair of the Agricultural Task Force.
Thank you. We will start with our testimonies. We'll start with Dr. Hall. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman James and members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture and other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to provide testimony on behalf of the university. The Agricultural Plan Task Force has not been meeting since the submission of the Agriculture Plan and various meetings related thereto. Our legal charge and mandate have been fulfilled and has since expired. Therefore, I cannot speak on behalf of the task force at this time. I am here to speak in my role as a prospective member of the Agriculture Advisory Committee, which the plan and Act 8404 called into existence. However, I would mention that the co-chair of the task force, Commissioner Nelson, and one of our members from the farming community, Nate Olive, is in attendance, and I appreciate both of them being here. I am very grateful for the support the legislature has provided in first passing Act 8404 to create the agriculture plan, and then funding critical aspects of the plan through Act 8700. Now that Act 8700 is enacted, I pledge to convene the first meeting of the new Local Food and Farm Advisory Committee that the plan mandates. By enactment, the president of the university is a member of the advisory committee, but it will be up to the group, once it is convened, to decide on its chairperson and other key positions. It will be vitally important for the governor to appoint the representatives from the farming community so that their input and participation are present from the start of this process. Since Act 8700 provides funding to the university for certain aspects of the plan, I will make sure that those projects and programs are initiated. For example, discussions have already begun with the Dean of the School of Business, Dr. Kendra Harris, about the integration of the Agricultural Business Center into our existing Small Business Development Center. Our Director of Sponsored Programs, Mindy Sullivan, stands ready to create a robust and professional grant writing and grant submission team so that the Territory is able to pursue federal funds that will support various aspects of the plan, but especially the water and irrigation needs that are mentioned in the plan. There is funding provided to the university to ensure that the local Food and Farm Advisory Committee functions and fulfill its oversight mission for the plan. I will ensure that these funds are available to the advisory committee as they are appropriately requested. Likewise, the university will receive funding to ensure that the local food fund is established by the advisory committee, which will ensure that private citizens can support various agriculture programs and initiatives through charitable contributions. The collection of annual agriculture data is critical to the monitoring and evaluating the success of the plan, and Act 8700 provides funding so the university, working in conjunction with the advisory committee, can create a comprehensive data collection and analysis system. I still believe that the agriculture plan created a new pathway for the increase of agriculture productivity in the Virgin Islands. The university and myself personally look forward to working with the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Education, the Economic Development Authority, and other agencies mentioned in the plan to create a vibrant future for agriculture in the months and years to come. And though not included in my written testimony, I do want to emphasize that the collaborative, transparent, and outreach spirit that the task force had during our operation is what I hope will be embedded in the operation of the advisory committee once it is created, so that we can really make sure the plan achieves its goal. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and to play a role in this very important initiative. I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Commissioner Positive Tia Nelson.
Mr. Chair, I did not bring a testimony. I'm here to just support and respond to questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sibilly-Brown.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator James and esteemed members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Good afternoon to the farmers, fishers, producers, and Virgin Islanders giving their time and attention to this conversation. I am Sommer Sibilly-Brown, founder and executive director of Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition, Inc. We are honored to be here today for the purposes of providing testimony on the mission, vision, and work of Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition, as well as speaking to the opportunities that lay before us regarding the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition, often referred to as VI Good Food, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to strengthening and building a thriving, equitable, and just food system in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We seek to advance a food system that prioritizes health equity, economic and environmental justice, and the principles of circular economics. Our work is centered on ensuring that there are opportunities for stewarding the land and growing viable farm or food-based businesses, and that nutritious, culturally relevant food is accessible and affordable to all Virgin Islanders. Established in 2012, VI Good Food is fiscally sponsored under the Croix Foundation for Community Development and is incorporated by the Office of the Lieutenant Governor through the Division of Corporations and Trademarks. Like the Territory's agriculture plan, our work focuses on food security, sovereignty, sustainability, stewardship, and regeneration. In our formative years, our primary focus was on data collection. Post-Hurricanes Irma and Maria, we worked with the Croix Foundation, the Federal Emergency Management Agency Office of Community Planning, and the Iowa State University to complete a comprehensive food system assessment and a disaster preparedness checklist. During that period, we learned the power of directly connecting with the food system actors who graciously shared their lived experience and wisdom. This informed our organization's understanding of the system's assets, barriers, and general dynamics. Throughout these interactions, we have harnessed data and completed several key snapshots and reports in the areas of risk management, food system resilience, COVID-19's impact on the food system, and gathered data on consumer values and behavior. We have touched over 300 actors in the system to include farmers, ranchers, restaurants, grocers, wholesalers, retailers, cultural bearers, educators, youth, and multi-sector institutions. Our community-centered approaches include but are not limited to farm site visits, one-on-one interviews, focus groups, facilitating partners, and training sessions. We host on average 3 convenings per year. Through these processes, we learned that our food system's resilience and growth potential are directly impacted by the quality of relationships and trust within and across the system. A message that has been continuously reinforced by our diverse local agricultural community and partnerships across the Caribbean and US. Examples of our programs and current projects are the Virgin Islands Virtual Farmers Market, which creates a territory-wide online market that connects farmers directly to consumers and businesses. This increases equitable access to local food and online sales and markets. The mobile app will be customized for farmers' needs. The beta version will be online. Online market will launch late 2023. Food Find VI includes the mapping and geolocation and production/facility data of all farms and food-related businesses in the US VI. The data collection will be completed in 2023, thus enabling integration with Vitima and disaster and emergency planning. Resources for Resilient Farmers provides a year-round one-on-one technical assistance to farmers and producers in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix to assist with applying for multiple available federal funding resources, build conservation awareness and practices, and increase the efficacy and impact of federal funding on federal agriculture grant funding in the VI. Good Food Bucks is a consumer-oriented nutrition incentive program that supports the purchase of locally grown, healthy food and value-added products sold at local farmers markets, farm tiendas, and community food events, which helps support behavioral changes to promote equity and combat the alarming rate of non-communicable diseases in the VI. As stated in July 14th, 2022 testimony to the 34th Legislature Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, it is our position that the passage and now funding of the VI Agricultural Plan will now offer the territory's agriculture and food system the momentum needed to make significant gains towards the goal of food security. As this body and key partners steward the vision of Act 8404, it is critical that we continue to ask the question: what is the future of food for the territory that we are investing in now? Who are the actors best poised to enact that future? And what are the conditions we need to create success? We need to ensure that we are attending to labor needs, workforce development, and supply chain issues as we build out and implement the plan. A condition for success is identifying stopgap measures that offer immediate low overhead direct support to the food system and farmers. Our food system and its actors have been impacted by Hurricane Irma, Maria, COVID-19, Hovensa restart issues, drought, Tropical Storm Fiona, supply chains disruptions, and inflation. Coupled with diminishing labor pools and systemic challenges assessing relief and other resources, it is mission critical to identify what can be done now to support the food system's farmers and consumers. The rising cost of eggs is just one example of the impact on each individual household. The reality of our system's fragility deepens when we consider that not only do we import 97% of our food, we also import 97% of the inputs to grow the food. We need rapid responses in parallel that are aligned with our long-term efforts. Another condition, which may be also the lowest hanging fruit, is the execution of Mandate 1, a comprehensive regulatory component for the territory's farming industry. I humbly ask this body to take decisive action on the review of the work done by the Agricultural Plan Task Force on the repeal, amendment, and funding of existing laws to ensure this work is built on fertile soil and that adequate structure, oversight, and funding be given to the executive branch to implement the laws so we can have maximum accountability. In my previous testimony, I stated that one such condition to ensure the success of the establishment of the Local Food and Farm Advisory Committee was skill, ability, and buy-in. These characteristics are found in a diverse community member body and not a group of political appointees. Centering on key government institutions is critical, but if it's our only strategy, then it is short-sighted. The reality is that food systems should center people and support communities, increasing capacity across all sectors. Civic, public, and private is one way to have equitable distribution of resources and ensure that the concept of all is realized. The final condition for success is community partnerships and cooperative work. This plan cannot be achieved if it's structured to function in silos. There's an opportunity to work with grassroots organizations that have historically done the work through community and philanthropic efforts. These organizations currently serve to fill gaps in services to farmers and have the trust of the community and producers. They benefit from decades of experience and deep connections to the people, environment, and the nuanced context, and they are ready for this time. Organizations like We Grow Food, Inc., Virgin Islands Farmers Alliance, Island Food Security, Farmers in Action, and VI Good Food are working tirelessly to support the development of a healthy food system. Use us to your benefit. These organizations are strong and have built solid relationships with local producers and national organizations. We have deep histories that support the work of farmers, such as SAFON and the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, whose board president resides in St. Croix, as well as newly productive partnerships with the Rural Advancement Foundation USA and those doing similar work in the territories. Too often, we seek to do good by creating answers that forward systems of oppression and exclude the very people we seek to serve. I'm asking you to honor the work of those who have been holding the 2%. To think through the lens of those who came before us and those who will come after us. We do get to choose how we do this work. I'm hoping we do it together. Together is the key for building trust and making meaningful progress. In closing, there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Virgin Islands Good Food's role as an NGO in the community, founded on community-centered practices, positions us to be a collaborative partner for the Territorial Agriculture Plan and affords us the opportunity to bridge gaps and opportunities between farmers, consumers, government, private industry, and policymakers in order to facilitate equitable access to resources and long-term systemic change to strengthen the food system and our communities, and to enhance opportunities for small food supply chains, increase market access, and sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the territory's food system. I'm eager to engage with you in the work ahead.
Thank you for placing your testimony on the record. We will go straight into business in the essence of time because Dr. Hall has another engagement to attend to. So we will start with Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Dr. Hall, you just heard the testimony of Ms. Sibilly-Brown. Do you have any collaboration with Ms. Sibilly-Brown at all, from even when they were generating the agricultural plan?
We did have a meeting with her, and I think she was very instrumental in getting us to enlarge the task force, and the farmers who ultimately ended up came about in great part from her intervention. More importantly, and again, I cannot speak for the advisory committee that has not been created yet or has not been formed, but I will be a member, and I would say without a doubt, the perspective she brings is extremely valuable. It is consistent with the plan, and on my own, I would invite her to the first meeting that we create. One of the benefits of Act 8700 is that it gives the advisory committee the ability to create amendments to the act, and that could be amendments to who sits as members of the advisory committee, and that would be an avenue for us to make that official. But even without it being made official, I see her work the perspective that she brings as something that we need at the table as we try to carry out the mandates of the plan.
Yes, so it sounds good to me too. Also, Ms. Sibilly-Brown, who do you have as a backup contact person in the event Dr. Hall reaches out and you're not available?
So we have a team of 5-6 contract workers who would be able to attend in my stead. But if Dr. Hall calls me or when Dr. Hall calls me, I will make myself available. I think we shook on that before the testimony started. So
that's good to hear. Yeah. Now, Commissioner Nelson, same question. You heard the testimony of Ms. Sibilly-Brown. Do you have a collaboration with her in regards to moving agriculture forward also?
Yeah, over the years, Good Food Coalition has applied for certain grants. We've sent supportive letters. We've spoken, and we had a recent conversation, which I think we needed to have, which sort of just lay out us working a lot better together. So we look forward to them filling some gaps for us and us working together to utilize their network.
Okay, good. So also, those Commissioner, do you have the also collaboration with Dr. Hall, the University of Virgin Islands?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Specifically, Dr. Adamu, who is over the School of Agriculture. Right. There's a lot of things we're doing together, including some of his experts.
And that's good news to hear. So, Dr. Hall, when you say, I will do this and I will do that, being the president and the many hats that you wear, who is your contact person, more or less, that you would have to, if you're not available, to continue on with the program?
Well, first of all, I'm wearing a couple of hats. One is that by statute now, I am a member of the advisory committee. So I plan to be there, especially because of the role that I played in co-chairing the task force. I think to send someone else in the beginning would not be a good thing. The dean of the School of Agriculture, by law, is on the advisory committee as well, so I would have that person there. If over time I'm not able to attend the meetings, then the dean of our School of Business, who was a member of the task force, would be the person who I would ask to come in my stead. A lot of what I said in my testimony was with my president's hat, which is that if funds are coming to the university to carry out a certain purpose, it is my responsibility as president to make sure the funds are being used in that way. That's separate and apart from my role as a member of the advisory committee.
Good. And Mr. Chair, if I may just follow up the same question to Commissioner.
Yes, please.
Nelson, in regards to if you're not available to make it, do you have a person tagged to be that person that's standing your state?
Yes, I do. The assistant commissioner was integrally involved and was a member of the task force as well, and will remain involved. Both of us are.
Good, thank you. And like I said, Mr. Chair, that's good information to hear for the people of the territory to hear there's collaboration between these entities in moving agriculture forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And on the subject of advisory committee, I'm here reading the Territorial Agricultural Plan that was submitted December 29 or revealed. And it listed the members. And if I'm not mistaken, the only steps that needs to be taken is to get a farmer from each island.
Well, I don't know if it specifically says each island, but it does say that the governor is supposed to appoint the farmers. If it says each island, then it still would be the governor who would be appointing them. And we do need that to happen soon.
It says Commissioner of the VI Department of Agriculture, Executive Director of the Economic Development Authority, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, or designate, Dean of Agriculture of the University of the Virgin Islands, one farmer from St. Croix appointed by the governor, one farmer from St. Thomas appointed by the governor, one farmer from St. John appointed by the governor, the Commissioner of DPNR, and the Commissioner of Education.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that we have to wait for those 3 farmers to be appointed to convene?
We do, well, not to convene. And again, this is, I'm speaking for myself, not for the advisory committee, but I made the promise that I would convene the first meeting. I would ask, until those farmers are appointed by the governor, that we ask the farmers who were working on the task force to attend until those official appointees are made. I'm only suggesting that because it will allow us to get moving sooner. If the governor appoints those individuals right away, then my goal is to try to convene the first meeting in the next couple of weeks. So if the appointments are made by that time, we will go with them. If not, even though they aren't official, I would still invite the farmers who are on the task force to be there. We learned the last time that even though we were doing good work and reaching out to the farmers, not having them at the table was a mistake. And so I don't want us to make that mistake again.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Point of information, Senator Donifred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't want the incorrect narrative to go out today as it relates to the governor appointing the members, and that didn't happen. We have some work to do here in the legislature. We have the bill to establish the committee. It requires legislation to establish the committee. The law that was passed says that Act 84-4 says recommendation for the establishment. Now, based on what you place in the plan, there are things in the plan now we have to make law. So that's missing. That's a major component, and there were recommendations, but we do have the legislation, so we will make it happen. There were recommendations that were made in your last meeting. I think Ms. Sibilly made a recommendation or two, so we've already added that. 2 food industry representatives, 1 from each district, a licensed wholesaler, grocer, or restaurateur. So we've laid it out. We just need to get to work, get it to our Rules Committee, get the bill performed so the work could begin. But it's not official until it's established by law. Yeah, so that's the issue that we're having. So I myself wasn't clear on that until I read it again. So that's the component that's missing. Okay?
So clarification on so I should back off in doing anything until you have acted, because I don't want to act improperly.
So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to ask my staff to just go ahead and share the proposed legislation so you could get an opportunity to review it. I know that the president and the Rules Committee chair, they're both prepared to move it forward. So we just have to get it performed, share it with y'all, and get your feedback and get it moving. So we have some work to do on our end. Okay. So we don't want to put it in the governor's lap and hear in the news tomorrow, governor have yet to appoint advisory committee, then it come back on our plate. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. Next in line for the 4 minutes is Senator Angel Bokis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Nelson, Dr. Hall, and Ms. Sibley. I'd like to start off my round of questions with Dr. Hall. Dr. Hall, the university, when you're educating farmers, are you educating them with emerging technologies and new practices?
Yes, we are, because the degrees that have been passed by the School of Agriculture or recommended by the School of Agriculture and passed by the board was modeled on what are the best agricultural degree programs that exist, and that is focused on new technology, new farming techniques, et cetera. So the answer is yes, Senator. We are training individuals and intend to train them in the future using the most up-to-date curriculum and approaches that our School of Agriculture are aware of.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that answer. Also, you mentioned that the legal charge and mandate has been fulfilled and has since expired in your testimony. Can you please elaborate on that a little bit more? And also, I'd like to know, what are the roadblocks that have prevented the task force from meeting?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Our charge, which was contained in Act 8404, was to develop a plan, not to do anything to develop a plan and to submit that plan to the governor and the legislature. We did that. We did continue to meet after, because we had to come and testify. We had meetings informally with the governor and with others. But after having submitted the plan, we really didn't have the power to continue to meet. The advisory committee, which the plan, which the original act recommended and the plan elaborated on, is the body that will be responsible for the next step. And as the earlier conversation and clarification from Senator Donna Gregory indicated, there needs to even be more legislation before that body can start functioning. So there's really nothing the task force can do based on the laws that gave us, or the law that gave us power.
Noted. And I'm going to shift gears over to Ms. Sibley. Good afternoon. I'd like to know from you, do you also share Dr. Hall's opinion on the work of the task force is finished and the mandate fulfilled?
Yeah, based on the legislation, it is fulfilled. Based on also what I heard today, is after the next step in the legislation is complete, another legislation is executed, the task force will be able to pick back up, or maybe the local food and farm advisory board would pick up and then steward the plan, because the task force was just for planning. So the holding body then becomes the local food and farm advisory board. That would be the next iteration of the work.
Okay, noted. And Ms. Sibley, back in July, I don't know if you remember this testimony, but you made several recommendations based on the Ag Plan. You required steps to investigate the implementation of them, such as focus groups to review the agricultural legislation, which is Mandate 1, conversations with sociologists, Mandate number 2, and collaborating with various nonprofit organizations. Do you think a lot of that work still needs to be done?
Respond? Can I respond?
Yes.
I absolutely think those pieces still need to be done, and my understanding is they would be held under the auspices of the local food and farm advisory board. Once that local food coordinator is identified, some of the first work they could take on is hopefully those recommendations to set those baselines and hold focus groups and ensure that farmers specifically understand the plan and what it means for them and what the timelines are. So that is what I'm hoping would happen when we start. So I still hold true to those recommendations and see them under that function.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answers, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just for the sake of the stenographers, just say your name before you speak.
Thank you.
Next in line, Senate President Nobel Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for this latest round. I want to say that the slang that we have nothing but time is something that I don't want to apply here because I think time is essential as we move forward on this piece of legislation. I first signed as the Senate President in December 21st of 2020, the agriculture plan. Recently, we moved legislation that allow for the funding of the plan, and now we're almost 3 years into it, so I want to make sure that we're moving in sync and at least trying to get the time advanced as quickly as possible. I wanted to ask whether or not Commissioner Nelson and President Hall, whether or not you believe that the advisory will require some type of funding to exist. Do you see an opportunity or do you see the need for funding for the advisory committee to exist?
Starting first, yes, and there is some funding that was in Bill 80. $8,700 that does provide funding for the advisory committee to get moving. Over time, there may be a need for additional funding, but I think that is sufficient for us to get started, definitely.
Very well. I continue to see that this territorial agriculture plan is very far-reaching, and I truly believe that we really need to push this forward. So I want to make sure that we're eliminating any walls, impediments, barriers to move this plan forward. Is there any alibis, any deltas that you believe that exists, again, preventing this agriculture plan from moving forward?
I don't see any barriers for getting started other than the clarification that was made so that we are operating consistent with the law. Once that is done, we can start meeting. The thing I do want to emphasize is that the task force requested a much larger sum of funds to actually implement the full plan, but I believe what has been appropriated is a respectable amount to get us moving towards the ultimate fulfillment. But again, I can't speak for the advisory committee, but I believe that as we move along, there is going to be a need for additional funding, and that will be a barrier. I am hoping that having funded the sponsored programs grant writing component of the plan, that we will be able to address a lot of those needs with federal funding.
Very well. And I also had a note about federal funding. How do you see USDA playing a role in this whole discussion?
I see them playing a critical role, but they are not going to just come and write a check. We need to say to them, we have this project, and that we can fill out their applications in a way that will bring those funds to us. It's going to require the delegate and other influential individuals helping, but we need some strong grant writers who can submit to USDA and other agencies the appropriate documents so those funds can come to the territory.
Very well. Thank you for that. And Commissioner Nelson, in regards to ARPA funding, do you see an opportunity here where, I'm not sure how much was earmarked, I have to go back and take a look, in regards to how much of the ARPA funding was designated for Department of Agriculture, but do you see an opportunity perhaps where we could reach back out to the governor and his financial team in regards to some assistance from ARPA to support the agriculture plan?
Absolutely. Remember, $20 million right now is dedicated to ARPA for the Bodo water system that we're trying to put in place right now. So, and the governor is committed to see agriculture move forward. That is high on his agenda. So we believe that with proper petitioning, knowing or proper planning, that we will get additional funding if needed, like roads in the Bodo area, which as well is an issue.
So I think it's critical that we're having this discussion so that we could have a game plan, a collective game plan, so that we could really attack this all together. So again, this body is fully committed to assist and support, and in the nick of time, I just really want to say that whatever we need to do to assist in making this happen. You do have a good team here. I see Nate in the back. I see Sommer Sibilly here. I mean, we have a well-rounded team that can really make this happen. Certainly Mr. Brown and some of the other farmers out there, I know that they're equally committed in seeing us move forward with agriculture. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
If I could just insert one thing, Mr. Chair. As if the one challenge that may exist is finding professionals with the prerequisite expertise in certain area, and quite certain that's going to come up.
You want to expound on that?
Well, we speak for certain positions, entomologists, where they're going to pop up from, the agronomists, soil specialists. There's certain positions that are going to be required. Seeking them out is perhaps, I'm not saying impossible, but currently don't just exist in abundance around here.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Next, we have Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Okay, just in time. So the comment that the commissioner made, I definitely agree that we are challenged in that area. But I think that, the time has come for us to look beyond the Virgin Islands. And when I say beyond the Virgin Islands, individuals who could perhaps provide those services may not necessarily live here. But we have to figure out how to have those contractual relationships to get this work done. So let's look beyond the Virgin Islands. Let's look beyond what we have here, or who's willing to actually live and work here, and figure out how we can establish those relationships offshore and establish contracts so our services can be, so the needs can be provided.
Agree.
I have one major concern, and it stemmed from our earlier conversation. We need to ensure that once we move forward with the advisory board, because that's a critical component, that there must be some collaboration between the University of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Agriculture, regardless of what advisory board that we have in place. The collaboration is critical for the success. And I'm saying that because, I keep saying, Senator, Commissioner Nelson, you're familiar with 8700 and the allocation of the funding for the establishment of the plan, to support the plan?
Yes, you're talking about, yes.
Okay, so, some things are falling out of your department, so we have to figure out how to do the dance to make sure it works. And if it's falling out of your department and we recognize that it is perhaps is a challenge, then there might be room for amendments. But I strongly believe that outside of the advisory committee conversation that we're at right now, it is critical that there must be a conversation between yourself and the University of the Virgin Islands leadership, as well as the lead of the Dean of Agriculture, to look at this to determine how we can walk this thing. That's critical. We got to come together, collaborate, and there must be transparency. I think, Dr. Hall, you said it at the end of your testimony, that transparency and collaboration is critical to the success of this body of work that we're trying to accomplish. There are 8 mandates, and under these 8 mandates, there is work that must be done by the Department of Agriculture, as well as other entities that serve under the University of the Virgin Islands. So that collaboration is completely necessary. And now, of course, we have Ms. Sibilly here, and that kind of confused me just a little bit, because I think that we're kind of having a cart before the horse conversation, but it's always important to hear, where things are and where they are going, what their thoughts are, so it helps to jumpstart the conversation, so you could see that it's critical for those in the arena for us to get this moving. So I want to hear from you, Commissioner. What is your commitment to ensuring that this collaboration takes place and the conversation occurs within your department to make sure that we are able to really get this moving along with the University of the Virgin Islands? And I'm going to ask the same question of Dr. Hall, but I'm going to start with you, Commissioner.
We are committed. The agriculture curriculum is going to be essential. Getting agriculture in the classrooms to get students from elementary all the way up to the university is essential. I'm committed to collaborate with Dr. Hall or whomever is his designee at the University of the Virgin Islands, because the University of the Virgin Islands plays an integral part in as it relates to getting even current farmers certified or in certain areas.
Time.
That's who we have. That's all we have right now on the University of the Virgin Islands. So we expect to work closely with them.
So
on the chair's time, because I don't have any other questions, so you got to respond on the chair's time. Thank you.
I am certainly committed to collaboration. There has been collaboration. We were co-chairs of the task force. But I think what you're hinting at, and I agree with you, excuse me, is this is a unique structure that we have created for this plan, that it's not like everything is flowing through one department. It's going to call for even more cross-collaboration. And so part of that will be the work of the advisory committee, but you're right, part of it is going to be Commissioner Nelson and myself sitting down and working out some of those connections. The food and farm coordinator, who is going to be key to serving the advisory committee, is going to be an employee of the Department of Agriculture, and yet much of their time is going to be working with the advisory committee. So that's going to require us sitting down and making sure everyone is clear about their responsibilities. I'm committed to that, and I believe we can work well together.
Point of inquiry, Senate President Francis.
Thank you. Just real quickly from either Commissioner Nelson or Dr. Hall. During the discussion regarding the agricultural plan, was there any discussion whatsoever regarding the fisheries?
There was, and a lot of, that was a hot debate. We ultimately felt that the plan did not specifically charge us to go into that particular area, and so therefore we did not survey individuals involved in that industry as we surveyed farmers. But in our final report, we indicated that that is something that the advisory committee has to take up because that's such a critical part of our food supply. So I believe that going forward, they too have to be at the table, and we have to make sure that the needs that they have are addressed.
Thank you, and I would encourage anyone, whether it's my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, to please read that over 200+ pages of the Territorial Agricultural Plan. I must say salute to the members of the task force for putting that together. I went through a lot of it last night, and I'm very impressed. Next in line, we have Senator Diane Capehart. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Today, Ms. Sibilly-Brown, Dr. Hall, and again, Commissioner of Agriculture. And also want to acknowledge Nate Olive, who I see in the audience from Ridge Tarif, a farmer who has been in this community farming, providing fresh food for our residents, so thank you. The Virgin Islands, particularly St. Croix, used to be the breadbasket of the Caribbean. And when you think about years ago, generations ago, they had it down pat, okay? They had it down pat, sugar cane, and we had a striving agriculture community. So now we have this agriculture plan before us. And by the way, as soon as I raised my hand, this was one of the first bills that I asked to be a co-sponsor of. So I read it, and I'm happy to be one of the co-sponsors. But while we are now planning, we starting to get all these people to give their opinions and everything. So, Dr. Hall, what are some of the provisions missing from the current framework that you think that needs for us to generate success for food security in this territory?
Well, I think the plan is very comprehensive, but there are some aspects of the plan that weren't funded and thus may not occur without there being some funding. The point that Ms. Sibilly-Brown raised about Mandate 1, which is to do a comprehensive analysis of existing laws, eliminate those that are not working, integrate ones that need to be integrated, is work that has to continue. The task force started that work. We indicated some areas that we thought really were redundant or not needed, but that's going to require more work, and it's not something someone can do on a volunteer basis, and it has to be done in conjunction with this body, because we're talking about changing laws, repealing laws, et cetera. So I see that as a #1 kind of missing piece because there was no funding for it.
Okay. Thank you for that. You mentioned, I think just a while ago, about surveying farmers. So the university, you have a program that you survey farmers, and you have a list of the number of farmers that we have in the territory? For clarification.
Yeah, the clarification is that in the plan, we called for the creation of a data collection component of the advisory board. And the recommendation was that our Eastern Caribbean Center, which does a lot of surveying, they do the census for the territory, would be the entity that would conduct those annual surveys. Because right now we have to depend on the agriculture census that's only done every 7 years. And the plan says we need data on a yearly basis. So we've had conversations with them about taking over that or taking on that function. The Bill 8700 provides funding for that. So therefore, that will be something that the university, working with the advisory committee, will be charged with doing going forward. But right now, that does not exist.
Okay, thank you.
Time.
If I may,
You may wrap up.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Brown. Can you tell us something about some roadblocks or any roadblocks that you hear on a continuous basis from our farmers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So from farmers, I think we continuously hear, they are talking about the rate or speed in which they're being able to be served by the department. I think to Commissioner Nelson's point, the department has limited resources in personnel and equipment, and so the barrier of expanding the staff to be at the appropriate level for service of some 565 farmers, like that's a barrier. The disparity between the number of personnel in St. Croix and St. Thomas, like these things I think are the issues that farmers focus on. You know, the water barrier, the infrastructure barrier that the ag plan appropriates water for. I think that's another barrier. What we are seeing is right now, though, climate change, the impact of climate change, then the droughts, the rains, the infrastructure to appropriately and adequately capture is another thing. And then labor force. Farmers are suffering because we don't have farm labor, affordable farm labor. When we look at the recovery construction economy, what that provides for an unskilled laborer to now step into a job that pays them $15 to $19 an hour, those were usually our farm laborers. Farmers cannot compete when on average, a profitable farmer, even if his farm is making $150,000, he's taking home $20,000 to $25,000 without healthcare or benefits for himself. So this labor shortage that we speak of, to include entomologists and the scientists needed, it's an actual shortage nationally in terms of conservation, agricultural people, and then there's the farm labor piece that is tied into our cost of living and our recovery economy that really needs a robust conversation to figure out, because that's what have to get answered now. What we do when climate acts and how we get these farmers to have laborers so that viability could continue. So by the time we get the next generation through the program, we still have some farms and local food being produced.
Of inquiry,
we were short on time. Try to get us. You're good? Before I acknowledge you, Senator Franklin Johnson had a point of inquiry.
Okay.
So proceed, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. I listening to this conversation, and when you spoke, Dr. Hall, and I think earlier I was listening to the testimonies and everything like that, we continuously talking about grant writers not having sufficient. What would it take to have a great grant writing certificate class through UVI cell? What would it take? Because not just only for agriculture, throughout this territory, we always having these grants that we just ain't tapping in and getting. And we might need to offer that class to make sure that we could supply ourselves with sufficient grant writing. So from your perspective, what do you think it would take?
Well, I don't want to put out a budget number, but I would say that is something we have been asking our cell area to look at. We've been meeting with ODR, the Office of Disaster Recovery, and that's one of the areas they have asked us to look into as well. Not only grant writing, but construction management. The construction management one we've done and will, or at least this body has funded and we will do. We will try to come back with a more concrete proposal as to what it would take to actually have a grant writing curriculum, be it as a certificate program under CEL or as something that as a part of a degree program.
It's something that would definitely
Yes, no doubt.
Thank you, Senator Johnson and Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, as Ms. Sibilly just mentioned, 565 farmers.
And I mean, yeah.
Okay. So
according to 2019 the Department of Labor, so that's 2-year-old data that I'm using. It could be a little more, it could be a little less, but in my last conversation with the commissioner, he indicated that there was an uptick to me. So,
if I may, so Commissioner, these farmers, are they? Do they have to get licensed at licensing and consumer affairs?
That's where they get the business license, but their application comes through Department of Agriculture first.
Do you offer your farmers any kind of technical assistance?
We help some farmers, but we don't have the capacity but just to do so much. We help where we can, and we can. Some are challenged with certain situations that we just, out of kindness to the side, do that.
And why I ask, because in natural disasters, when I know farmers lose their crops and they have a loss, then now when it's time to claim for funding, there's no documentation to say, well, in the month of February, I yield 500 pounds of cucumbers. In the month of March, I yield this. So I wanted to know if, there's assistance
to
for
get
them.
relicensed,
You have to wrap up,
each
Senator.
year you need a harvest report, and the harvest report will show that, so they'll have that. A big part of getting assistance is that you have to pre-register with the FSA. In order to get assistance from them, you already have to be in their books registered, so that when the disaster go down, you can't wait until after. I think many farmers are now more poised and are participating with some of these federal agencies and have seen the benefits. We have a cultural issue. We don't like giving up our information. When you're asked too much information, they back off. That's what's happening now, even with the leases that we're talking about. They don't want to put the information on paper. And to be honest, some don't want to show how much money they're really making. That's the bottom line. That's what I told you all earlier about cheating the system.
I would just ask for my colleagues to just hold on the point of inquiries. I'll try to do a rapid round, but I want to make sure at least each senator knock out their 4 minutes before Dr. Hall leaves. So next in line, we have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You may proceed with your 4 minutes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Mike. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Mike.
Yes. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. My first set of questions, in the agriculture plan that we are diligently going to be working on and putting forward to the public, one aspect of it I am very much concerned about has to do with land. One of the things that the Agriculture Commissioner had shared with us over the last 2 years is they have been doing some assessment of the land that is under the Agriculture Department. It's not completed as yet, but how do we get to a point where the land that is assigned to farmers actually is being utilized to its maximum capacity? One of the things that was shared with me, and it's a major concern for me because, we're limited in land, is that some properties are assigned to farmers that are not utilizing them the way that they should be, or either for maximum potential production. And that seems to be one of the major problems that was expressed through the Agriculture Department to us. How do we expect to do major agricultural farming if we cannot get a full assessment, or even at this moment, assessment of the land that some farmers will be utilizing? How do we resolve that part? Because we could talk about a lot of things all we want, but that aspect has to be resolved. The Agriculture Commissioner, as well as your thoughts, Dr. Hall.
We have to be strict in a reclamation program because most farmers are part-time, to be frankly honest. Many of these individuals work somewhere else, and then when they come home, they do a little farming. Those who are truly full farmers, you can see the difference on their farms. So those who have, what we've been going through in assessing is some people have 5 acres, especially on St. Croix, they have larger plots. Some people have 5 acres and on a quarter acre is being cultivated. We need to take back piece of those land. The truth is, whenever you start to press them about taking back land, they start calling the senators, they start calling government house, they start calling everybody. And we just have to be strict about it, truly enforce it, reclaim some of this land and give it to people who actually want to produce. That's, be assertive about that.
From the from the task force perspective, we did survey farmers, and one of the questions that we explored was the level of productivity. And it was clear that there is quite a bit of farmland that people indicated that they owned or leased, et cetera, that was not in production. But the feedback we received was that they needed certain type of support in order to get to that higher level. So we tried to structure a plan that said if we provided more of these things like water, reliable irrigation, more equipment and infrastructure, more education. The Agricultural Business Center, which is funded in the plan, is there to help farmers figure out some of the ways in which you operate, even a small business and clearly a large business. So yes, if we are going to reach the goals that are included in the plan, that's included in Vision 2040, we have to do some of the things that the commissioner is talking about in regards to managing the land that farmers have. But the task force and the plan is focused more on how do we support individuals in the farming community so they can be more productive.
And I appreciate it from both perspectives. My concern, and I'm going to stress this again, Ms. Sibilly-Brown spoke to some over 500 farmers that we do have in the territory. Has there been any type of assessment to deviate the difference between, out of those 500 plus, which are farmers that are solely into the production and farming versus those that do it part-time? Because if we are serious about agriculture, we're going to have to get all this data and information to really know where we're going to put our money where our mouth is. Because I am all for supporting, a part-time farmer who wants to do it on a smaller scale. But the type of magnitude of agriculture that we're putting all this money towards, sitting down, creating 200-page plans, really trying to do it on a larger scale to feed an entire territory, we have to be able to identify those that are so ingrained and in depth in wanting to build agriculture and produce the type of mass quantity of foods in this territory that needs to be produced. So from a data standpoint, have you guys done any type of separation to identify or either know the different levels of farmers that are going to be participating?
And that will be answered in the chair times. You can proceed.
Yes, the survey that we did gave us some of that information in regards to how much productivity is going on, how would individuals label themselves in regards to being a backyard farmer versus a commercial farmer, et cetera. We are asking, and that has been funded, to do more extensive data collection so that it's not just who fills out the survey, but knowing every farmer in the territory and what they're doing, and also to be able to track whether productivity is increasing. So we do have some data. It's included in the plan, but what we concluded is that we need more data, and that's why we requested funding to create a comprehensive data collection process just for the agriculture business.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. And quickly, in Act number 8700, there's an appropriation of $250,000 to fund the Agriculture Business Center. Can you explain to this committee what will be done with that $250,000?
First, it will be to hire individuals who have expertise.
How many individuals?
I don't have the number. The plan indicated how many we thought were necessary. I will have to go back and see.
And quickly, on a part-time basis or full-time?
No, these are full-time individuals. Now, I'm not sure the plan that 870 gave all of the money that was requested, but we laid out how many people we thought was needed. This is a function that has to happen on both islands. It will be premised on the approach of the Small Business Development Center, but the difference is that it will be individuals who are familiar with farming and familiar with what it will take to help farmers move from just being a backyard farmer, quote unquote, to actually having a well-run and consistent business. And also, and I really want to emphasize, this is not just for the agricultural business center, it's not just for small farmers, it's for farmers across the board who need some assistance from the business lens to be able to increase their productivity and comply with the various rules and regulations that govern the industry.
At a later time, there is no rush today, but at a later time, I would like to get from you the different objectives and mission statements and visions that you have for the Agricultural Business Center, because I must admit, we are heading in the right direction, but I just want to make sure that with the $250,000 appropriation, I just want to know exactly what can be done with that. And of course, a short-term goal and a long-term goal based on other funding in the future, I should say.
Thank you.
Senator, can I respond to something that Senator Francis brought up?
I will give you an opportunity to do so, but let me just squeeze out a couple other senators, okay? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator Joseph?
Senator Joseph?
So next, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. They're here doting. This is some conversation that needed to be had. But there's some more in-depth conversation. I come from a family who was in farming, but it was in livestock. And they were consistently with their animals. What I've learned, I've seen farmers got 5, 10 acres. And let's go to the smaller one, 5. And try to plant 20 crop. How do we get our farmers to understand that we need to be into crop rotation for consistency so that even the market would accept their produce, because then they don't have to go out and purchase, because they know that this guy who's doing tomato is going to deliver on a consistent base. How do we get our farmers to understand that? I could start from Commissioner Nelson.
We might have to contract with them, put them to a program where either the department or some organization is contracting with them to say, hey, listen, we want you to designate X amount of acreage solely to tomato, solely to okra. We're going to give them a ready market, meaning we'll purchase through contracting that they'll have a market available to them, so they know that whatever you produce, we're waiting to buy it. So that might encourage them to do that. Most farmers, say they're part-time, they do multi-crop because they're going to market. They're trying to figure the more things they have on the table, the more chance of people coming. But you are correct. The real money is in bulk mono-farming, where you're supplying the industry, you're supplying the market territory-wide by being like the major producer of whatever the commodity is. I think ready market might be access and contracting.
The part that I would add, and I concur with what the commissioner has indicated, is education and training. I mean, when we asked of the various things that you need, that was one of the next to water and irrigation. Education and training was the next highest response, and people indicated their willingness to go to training. So I think we have individuals who want to understand how they can do a better job, but the type of expertise that we argue may be missing to support them is something that has to occur, and that's why the plan does support having more individuals hired in the Department of Agriculture.
Ms. Sibilly, you want that?
I just wanted to name that in 2019, we imported $128 million worth of food. So the ready market, when we start thinking in increments, like a piece of the ag plan, and hopefully that the Food and Farm Advisory Board can work collaboratively to do, is stage how we attack these large numbers that are produced in terms of our import rate by looking at consumption pattern shifts and asking where institutional purchasing, right? Because we can't regulate where everybody to go, but the government have a grocery bill. So if over time we are attacking the government's grocery bill to match the desired strategy towards increasing production, I think that's the direction we need to go in. And I just also wanted to name on farmers' behalf, people go into farming because they're creators, right? So thinking about monocrop agriculture doesn't lend to our sustainability. It's asking those farmers to give you a farm plan and explain their farm philosophy, right? Because you could get money for leaving land in pasture. You could get carbon credits. We need to start thinking about how we enter an agroecological world that allows us to capture the maximum amount of water and save topsoil, right? So it's also looking at the business, the types of business and the types of farming that are most beneficial for 84 square miles, 34 square miles, and 10.
May I wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, quickly.
Now, Dr. Hall and Sibilly-Brown, you both spoke about data. And Hall, you said creating a comprehensive data collection analysis system is important. Would the university be able to utilize the students in this process to create the best system for the territory?
Well, we plan to utilize trained professionals along with students, and that's what the present bill 8700 funds, the creation of that comprehensive data collection process.
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
No.
And Sibilly, if you could wrap up, and what would be your recommendation as far as us getting to be able to put that proper data collecting system in place?
So I do think it's important for the university to house large pools of data. And I just wanted to put on the record that we have 2 programs that we think could assist with that. Currently, we are GIS mapping all the farms. By 2023, we should be able to have a pin drop any place. That data isn't for us. That data should be for public good. So like once we finish that project, we could pass it over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And quickly, President Hall, page 48 of the Territorial Agricultural Plan speaks to data, benchmark, and analysis recommendations. And on page 49, it goes on to speak about a proposed annual list for data collection and analysis. I must admit, I love the list and the focus on data, but who will be controlling the narrative when it comes to data? And are you collaborating with the Bureau of Economic Research as well?
Well, we haven't gotten to the point of saying who all will be involved, but remember, the advisory committee will be the entity charged with charting out what the data should be. In the plan, we gave some recommendations of the types of information we need, but the advisory committee could change that. We just heard that there is some other data that could be used as a part of this. So that would be the advisory committee's responsibility to take what we did in the plan and either go with it as outlined or to say we need to add some other parts of this. The benefit of using our Eastern Caribbean Center as the source for pulling it all together is that that's their expertise. They do the census for the territory, they do other surveys for the government, and we just want to build on that expertise as opposed to starting all over again.
Well, thank you for placing that on the record. And I know that data should serve as a compass when it comes to the discussion that we're having here. And I would just like to get from you, there's no rush, but they say, hurry dog, eat raw meat, but we want to know at some point where, of course you have to establish advisory committee, so I would not even ask that question. So once the advisory committee is established, then we will follow up regarding the data collection.
Okay.
Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quickly, to either the Commissioner or President Hall, during the discussion of the Territorial Agriculture Plan, were there any contemplation of a creation of a co-op that would allow for a pipeline where farmers would be able to bring their products of wares into?
Yeah, very much so. We had a meeting with one of the entities in the mainland that are the kind of experts in developing cooperatives. They came down and made a presentation to us. The plan calls for us working to create more farming cooperatives. The farm coordinator may be able to play a role in that, but that was something that we really need to focus on. It wasn't funded specifically under the plan or under 8700, but I think it's something we need to keep in front of us.
Keeping in mind that the co-op is a private activity, non-profit organization, business, or whatever sort.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Quick point of inquiry from Senator Bulkis, and then Senator Fred Gregory, and then Senator Fonseca will close out with his 4 minutes. Senator Bulkis?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Dr. Hall, does UVI offer any certification courses on etymology?
I would have to, I don't believe a particular certification just on that topic, but that we do offer quite a number of certificates in the School of Agriculture, and I would need to know exactly what courses are under the various certificates, and I could get back to you on that.
I asked the question, I'll wrap up really quickly, Mr. Chair, because having a course or a certificate in entomology will also help with the application of safe spray pesticides and herbicides that are sometimes generally used in farming. So, you know, making sure that we have safe levels, especially when we're going to consume this food. Organic is best, obviously, but trying to control that is also one of the challenges that farmers face. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkis, Senator Donna Fred Gregory for an inquiry, and then Senator Ray Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very quickly, earlier in our Block 1, we heard from the Commissioner of Agriculture, and he indicated that he's seen an increase in local food production. And we're talking about data. So, and I think there was a comment that was made that we're not seeing, well, they don't have any data around the grocery receipts. So I don't know that is critical, but you made that comment based on information that you're collecting. Do you have a reporting mechanism or requirement where farmers are required to report what they're producing in a territory? Because that will help with the data collection. I don't think that we should be starting from zero as we move forward with the advisory committee. We should have some sort of data to start from, so that will help us to determine how do we now, in fact, feed these co-ops in a meaningful and earnest way.
So they are required to report in order to renew. What we're probably not doing is extracting information from the harvest reports to actually qualify what I'm telling you.
And the renewal is what?
The renewal is yearly, which even that I don't think they should be necessary to renew their license every year. I think that's tedious. That's work on us as a department. Right, but currently that's in the law, though, but we need to change. So those are certain things we probably need to change. I don't think it should be that every year shouldn't be necessary for farmers.
I just want to make sure that we're collecting data and you give consideration as to how that data is being collected. So in fact, the data will now become a part of that overarching conversation. So as we prepare for the birth of the advisory committee, your office should start collecting the information so you could at least at minimum see where you're at. And that'll help the committee to begin to build on the work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for 4 minutes.
President, good afternoon.
Hold the Senator's time. You recognize?
Yes. Yes, pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience. Senator Diane Capehart, you know, when she used the word dung pack, the farmers of old had it dung pack. We understand that what that means. That's Virgin Islands language. The farmers of old had it dung pack. And, you know, Ms. Sibilly-Brown mentioned that we import 97% of our food. So, President Hall, I want to start with you. On page 2 of your testimony, you stated that Act 8700 provides funding to create a comprehensive data analysis system. And you can see the senators are all concerned about the data. You know, Chairman James mentioned it, Chairman Bolkis mentioned it, Frankie James mentioned it, and I know for sure if Carla Francis was right here in the room now, she's an expert on federal grants. The feds are very interested in data collection. So we all know that water is important for our farmers. So I want to ask specifically about water and irrigation needs. Commissioner Nelson, regarding the water capacity of the wells available to the farmers, do we have a list of available wells, the different wells available in the territory, and the total water capacity of those wells?
I don't think we have a total water capacity, but we are aware of the wells in the territory.
So we don't have a capacity, more or less, of what the wells can provide to the farmers in case of drought?
One of those graphs I was showing this morning show you the levels of where the water was, and let me see if I find it, where the water was in 2015, and after the November rains recently, it did increase, but if you can see this, and it's hard to see, the darker line is where the water level was. This orange line is after the rains in November of 2022. We had a lot of water. We had some very heavy rains. It lifted, but generally the water is decreased underground. And keep in mind that some of that water, especially on St. Croix, is contaminated with oil.
Give me a status of the Department of Agriculture's water trucks and the systems available in the territory to provide water. Do we have, can I get a status of the water trucks and the systems available to provide water to the farmers? Do you have that list?
Are you saying cisterns?
Yes, cisterns. I understand there was a plan to construct a cistern in the Bordeaux area, and there were some issues. Can you give us a quick update on the status of the water trucks and the cisterns, if any, throughout the territory to provide water?
We have water trucks. The water trucks in St. Thomas been down for some time. We had gotten water trucks contributed from the fire department. We have $160,000 passed by this body to purchase a truck. We are in the process of purchasing a truck for St. Thomas. As was mentioned earlier, because of the terrain, we need a 4-wheel drive truck to fit on the size tank that we're ordering. So the MAC, the company that makes the trucks, don't have one available right at this time, but that's being purchased. Regarding the cistern in Bordeaux, there's a much more comprehensive plan taking place right now. The $185,000 that was designated for that cistern has been reappropriated to utilize to shore up the current system we have, meaning reline some of the ponds, change out some of the piping, keep that system going while the NRCS assess and for a more comprehensive water system, which is going to include, likely to include WAPA having potable water out there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, can I finish one question for Dr. Hall at the university?
Ask your question and then he will respond on my time.
Yes, Dr. Hall, okay, you've heard the testimony of the commissioner regarding the water trucks and the cistern. So I want to ask specifically regarding the water wells at the university. Is the university wells throughout the territory able to provide the water needs of the university? And does the university have excess capacity where you can supply the farmers in case of a drought?
We do have wells, and they are supplying the needs that we have on our St. Thomas campus. We use cisterns and the WAPA water on our St. Croix campus. I have no evidence that we have excess. The point, just to emphasize what Commissioner Nelson indicated, the plan lays out a strategy for how we better determine the various sources of water and their capacity, and next, how we go about making sure that we increase those capacities and distribute it. We concluded as a task force that the area of water and irrigation was not something that we could definitively indicate what the funding needs would be that could be funded by the local government. So we made some projections in regards to what the funding would be, and our sense was it exceeded the capacity of the local government to fund, and that is why the need for the grant writers and sponsored program support so that we can go after large sums of money to better define what we have and to better increase the water supply that we have. Of all of the areas we looked at, it was the most complicated and the one that is the most critical to our farmers. So we see that as being something under the plan that has to have a great priority.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca. Point of inquiry by Senator Donald Fred Gregory, and then I will proceed with my 4 minutes and then wrap up.
It's twofold, if you don't mind, because this is following on the conversation. So, Commissioner, did you receive funding from the governor via the ARPA funds to support any of the issues that we're having with our water challenges?
There's $20 million dedicated for the board, but we haven't tapped into that yet.
All right, good. So I kind of lost track of this. So could any one of you tell me what's the status of the Farm Bill on the congressional level?
Of which Farm Bill?
The Farm Bill? Yeah, the Farm Bill.
The US? Okay.
Yes, on the U.S. level.
Sorry,
if it's passed, the last
Yeah,
Farm
what's
Bill
the
was passed, and
status? I kind of lost track of what went on with it. So I'm trying to figure out where is that right now, and how is the Virgin Islands benefiting from the Farm Bill?
Sommer, Sibilly-Brown, currently the Farm Bill is being recharged to be voted on.
Okay.
So fly-ins are starting right now. We received a grant from Rafi to do BIPOC equity work. And we'll be taking Virgin Islanders to do a fly-in, to knock on some doors, to make sure that the Virgin Islands is adequately, hopefully represented, and do some community education on how the Farm Bill impacts us as a territory.
Thank you so much, because that's very critical to the success of the Ag Plan.
And getting the infrastructure, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if you don't mind me asking, who is Rafi and who he represents?
Rural Advancement Foundation International is a 20-year-old organization that has recently partnered with Good Food to support the Virgin Islands to increasing visibility in policy and with USDA partners.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I thought it was an actual person. So in Act number 8700, Section 7 of the bill speaks to an appropriation in the sum of $500,000, Dr. Hall, and it goes on to establish a public-private investment fund and a farmers grant matching fund within the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority to fund major initiatives to increase production, specifically for hydroponics, aquaponics, technology enhancements, agritourism, and the list goes on. Can you just give us a general idea of how this will be applied and how you plan to go about running this?
Yeah, the first part of it, which is the Public-Private Investment Fund, was proposed and is now funded so that a farmer who is looking to do something different with their farm operation that is going to increase productivity can seek funding either in the form of a loan or in the form of a grant so that they can make a major investment in their farm operation that they ordinarily would not. The advisory committee, working with EDA, because these funds are going to be housed with EDA, will have to work out the guidelines. We did not, as a task force, lay out all of the regulations related to this, but the stimulus behind it is what we heard from farmers is that there are times when I want to move from point A to point B. There are times when I want to go into some other industry like ag tourism, or to use more technology in my farming, and I can't invest to make it happen. So the whole concept of a public-private investment fund is a way of getting those farmers or other entities to be able to do something that is going to increase productivity. The matching grant fund component is to just say if a particular farmer is going after a grant, but the federal government requires there to be matching fund in order to get the grant, then this would be a source that they could use to provide that matching fund.
Awesomeness, and I really want to say that I'm proud of every single individual who served on the task force, and of course the sponsor of the measure for initiating the whole conversation and the development of the plan. So now that we had the governor sign this law, and then we have to wait for the companion legislation to establish advisory committee, as far as your strategy for public relations, getting the word out, and really having some level of transparency to the farmers who meet the criteria. Well, I know you can't really speak for the committee because it's still in its initial phases.
Yeah.
Well, what you envision as the plan to really get the word out?
Yeah. Well, and again, I do want to emphasize that I'm speaking for myself since the advisory committee is not in existence yet. But one, I think we need to really highlight the fact that $2.2 million was invested in a plan that some people doubted would even be accepted by this body, not to mention funded by this body. And I think we really do need to highlight that. Because we need to continue to pour energy into the well of trust. And farmers need to understand that the government is serious and other entities are serious in working with them and investing. That is something that I really believe, though the task force is not operating now, they are the ones who did this work. And so I think, and I would be willing to reach out to them to see if we want to highlight our accomplishments and your support of what we did. On the second part, once the advisory committee is up and functioning, I would urge them, myself included, to really reach out to the farming community to let folks know here is what we hope to do with these funds. What are your ideas? What are your suggestions, et cetera? We did a lot of that when we were developing the plan, but the advisory committee will need to do the same. And I think because we've learned a lot about how to do that and various entities that we can connect with, I think we will have even a more, or at least I would hope, that we would have a more robust outreach and inclusion of the farmers. Because, for example, what you just asked me about, the public-private investment fund, we told them about that during our public hearings when we were at a point of making our recommendation, but I'm sure they don't know how it's going to work. So we need to be there to say to them, here's how you apply. And if you're not clear about it, here's who you contact to get some more information. So that type of outreach is going to be critical if this plan is going to be successful.
And that is why I'm sure that once the Agriculture Business Center is up and running, that will serve as some level of, like a liaison between the advisory committee and the farmers, and to be able to better assist them so you don't really have much on your plate. Lastly, when it comes to education, because education is everything, as far as the last, Section 7, it speaks to $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund to develop a curriculum and training program. I know, once again, you cannot speak for the advisory committee, but of course you share the vision of the task force that was once in place. The $500,000, you had a breakdown of what you would do with the money, or was just a number for now that you just spit out there?
No, we in the plan asked for a whole lot more because the ultimate vision was to have an instructor in every school that would be responsible for embedding this agriculture curriculum. And we in the plan proposed the curriculum that should be adopted and implemented. What this amount does is allow us to at least begin a pilot initiative, if not in all of the schools, but in some designated schools, to have some activities going on to be able to hire the teachers who will be the individuals responsible for implementing these courses, et cetera. But we will need to work with the Department of Education, the Board of Education, to make sure this pilot is in place. And
what about CTEC?
Certainly with the CTEC as well. But the goal is to just get started, because we cannot do the comprehensive plan around education with the funding that's here. But I think the funding that is here will get us started. And then over time, especially if we're seeing the impact that we desire, we will be back here requesting additional funding.
And once again, I want to say kudos to our former Senate President and now Chair of the Finance or Budget Committee, whatever you want to call it, for her wisdom and for her foresight in seeing the importance of a territorial agricultural plan. And in closing, sure. It's open for the public, yes? You can come right up, Mr. Olive. In the next 3 months, I plan to convene a hearing of the same magnitude with the same testifiers. I don't plan to be micromanaging, of course, but I expect everyone to do their job. So when we do have the next hearing in the next 3 months, that we can hear great things without having to point fingers. So at this time, I will recognize Mr. Is Olive or Olive? Olive, yes, okay. Yes. Proceed.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for recognizing me, Ms. Fred Gregory. I'm one of the farmers that was on the task force that created the plan, and along with Royce Creaky and Dale Brown. And we thank the co-chairs for allowing us to be on it, because I think it's always important to have input from the farmers themselves, who are the backbones of the agriculture industry. We're the ones carrying the load to make it work. And we thank you for allowing us to have our input. And also, I just want to recommend that on the, one thing that we had in our discussions with the task force was having, it was just a discussion, but potentially having a weighted, of the 500 farmers who are in the census, if you look at the distribution of farmers between the 3 islands, it might make sense to have a representative sample of farmer members of the Food Advisory Board, to have possibly more than 1 or even 2 farmers from St. Croix, especially considering when you consider the expertise, like the Senator was saying earlier, you have livestock farming, which has one realm of needs. You have crop farming, and then there's other specialty farming areas that you might want to have strong input from, especially on St. Croix, of the farming community in that. So I just wanted to recommend that as you move forward with that. And also with the technology, with the private partner partnerships and moving forward the technology sector, I just want to remind that technology means application of science. So it's not only electric-powered technology devices, although they are very interesting to younger generations. There's also the technology of organic agriculture. There's technology, there are farmers like Ms. Capehart so accurately said, there are farmers now who have it down packed. There are farmers now that have the technology and the knowledge, and to tap into that existing technology and the new things in organics, we also should be promoting that with those public-private partnership funds so that those projects, so we can help regenerate the land and have sustainable farming be a huge part of the future. Because if, sometimes you get what you ask for, and if we have a strong agricultural industry, then there will be extractive costs on the environment, on the resources, on the water that has been mentioned, but also on the soils and land use. And so being very intentional about the sustainability, promoting organic agriculture, those things will be critical to the long term, to the next generation and the generation after that, so they still have the ability to have a local food system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olive. And we're about to wrap up. So far, I must admit we had a great discussion here today. Mr. Hall, I will give you an opportunity to close up, and then we will proceed with Ms. Commissioner Positive Tia Nelson and Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown. So you can proceed.
Thank you. I want to thank the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee for inviting me to come and provide testimony and insights. But I really want to just thank the 34th Legislature for providing support for this particular effort, and the 35th Legislature for providing support for this effort. I want to thank all of the sponsors for creating this roadmap for the plan. We did not, as a task force, sit down with a blank slate. We had some guidance. The 8 mandates were embedded in the law. We took them, we got more information, we elaborated on it and turned it into what I think is a very respectable and impressive plan that can guide the future. I want to thank the farmers who were on the committee. I want to thank the private citizens and NGOs who played a role in helping us get it right. And it was really a lot of hard work. But I must say personally, it was a joy to work on the plan and to work with the individuals who were on the task force. And I look forward to seeing this have an impact, a sincere and genuine impact on an industry that is so critical to all of us. So thank you, and I look forward to meeting in the future.
And thank you for spending the day with us. Commissioner Nelson?
Mr. Chair, again, thank you for the opportunity. The department is poised and stand ready to do our part in advancing agriculture in the territory. I just want everybody to commit to being part of the aggregate food supply chain. Whatever pieces of property you have, whatever yard space you have, plant a little food for your own, and you'll realize you have excess to share with neighbors or families or even bring to the market. Food is all of us. You, me, all of we. Our theme for Ag Fair 2023 is agriculture, growing today for tomorrow. You, me, all of we. We need to incorporate that. And Senator Bulkin said something very important that we glossed over. We as a people look at agriculture not in a high status, but the times have shown us that we need to. You say we have it down pat. That was when the industry was agriculture. Other industry came on board, and that looked more attractive at the time. But we can't eat oil. We gotta eat. So we must plant food. We grow food, say we must grow food. I'll close on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Wrap up. Okay. Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown.
Sommer Sibilly-Brown. I just want to say earlier when I was listening, the commissioner keeps reiterating that food is an inflexible commodity, but executing the agricultural plan that will have the impact that Dr. Hall is speaking about will take a flexible mindset. We're going to have to be agile and adaptable. Small is all. We're going to have to do small tests, see if they work, and then implement them to scale. That means scaling deep, scaling wide, and the transparency that Dr. Hall mentioned and the communication that you're forwarding is the way we will build trust and bring hope back, right? Because our farmers, our Department of Agriculture workers, the people who worked on the task force, and this body, who the 35th and the 34th, who put money forward, all need to feel significant in the process because we're all contributing in very meaningful ways. So small is all. We know we face complex long-term change, and this work is going to occur over time. I am pleased to be a part of this work with farmers and with the university and the Department of Agriculture, and I look forward to seeing what we achieve together.
Thank you, Ms. Sommer Sibilly-Brown. Testifiers, if you do have to leave, you can leave. We have a point of personal privilege from Senator Donna Fred-Gregory. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise not to be long, but I think it's important that I put on the record today that when I began working on this legislation, there was a young lady in my office who's she's actually, was the one after the millennial? The Gen Zer. She's a Gen Zer. And she actually put a lot of sweat equity into this measure, and I think it's important that today I mention her name. Her name is Lawaetz, and she did just such an awesome job. I gave her the charge, and I said, you know, look at what other states are doing, look at what Idaho is doing, look at what the Gulf is doing, and she really, New Orleans, and she really brought it forward. So I really want to take this opportunity to thank her. I think we should always, always give reverence to those who helped us to get to where we are. So, and I want to thank all my colleagues for really supporting this measure and supporting the additional funding. And as I said before, this is just the start of a good thing. And the legislature of the Virgin Islands, the executive branch, and all concerned, it's time that we put our money where our mouth is when it comes to agriculture. The talk is over. Action is time. The time is now for action, and I agree with you. We have to be agile and adaptable in order for this to work. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred-Gregory. I look forward to attending the agricultural fair with my family and staff. I'm hoping and praying that we don't have the same issue as the St. Croix Christmas Festival when it came to inter-island travel. We welcome our brothers and sisters from St. Thomas, St. John, and the BVI and other parts of the Caribbean to come here. With that said, thank you, testifiers, my staff, the entire central staff, all senators in attendance, and everyone who played a role in making this hearing possible. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby adjourned.